Abstention? All right, okay. Okay, Paula, if you can actually go ahead and show us, it is 6:31 p.m. We will go ahead and call the meeting to order, and we'll take care of roll call. Oh, I got a dead one. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, we'll go ahead and get started, and if we can please have roll call.
District 1 Alderman Miguel Aguirre.
Here.
District 2 Alderman Richard Hughes.
Here.
District 3 Alderman David Emery.
Sure.
District 4 Alderman Michael Rodriguez.
Here.
And District 5 Alderman Matthew Martinez is absent.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you can please rise, we'll go ahead and take care of Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I know we're going to go ahead and try to take care of stuff. Zach, we got a full agenda, so we got to take care of some stuff and try to press along. Make sure to do that. Okay, can you please see if we have anybody? There's nobody. Okay, so the first one, I still want to make sure that we cover it. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 4, which is citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the city council on any issue or any item of the agenda in compliance with LGC section 551.007. City council may not discuss any presented issue, nor may any action be taken on any issue that citizens be heard or limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion JC 0169. Did not have anybody signed up. I will still go ahead and do the courtesy and ask. Going once, going twice. Okay, Paula, if you can please show us no comments. Item number 4. Council, let's go ahead and move on to number 5, consent agenda. Consider the approval of the minutes. There's going to be 3 of them that we're going to be looking at. November the 12th, 2024, November the 25th, 2024, December the 9th, 2024, and then we're going to do the consider the approval of the payment of bills. So let's go ahead and look at the minutes first on the 12th of November.
Mayor, I'd like to start by making a motion to approve the consent agenda. Meeting minutes for November the 12th, 2024, November the 25th, 2024, and December the 9th, 2024.
Okay, I have all 3 of them as a motion. So approved. Do I have a second? Got a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you, council. Let's go ahead and move on to B, consider the approval of the payment of the bills.
Mayor, I'd like to start by making a motion to pay the bills as presented.
Okay, got a motion for us to pay the bills as presented. Do I have a second? Got a second? Thank you so much. Discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Yeas, motion carries forward. Thank you, council. I appreciate that. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 6, the presentation of annual citizenship awards. First of all, so I'm going to go ahead and step down over there. We're going to take care of one, and then we'll bring our awardee. Put this one over here. So, a little background on this. We actually, for those of you that are joining us, so up to a few years ago, we used to award a recognition of citizen of the year. We had a title, the draft award, and it was a award and we actually took, we identified one individual. And, normally those were actually taken care of and they were done internal. There was not a lot in the sense of external. And when the council got together, they decided to go ahead and put a committee together with Alderman Rodriguez taking the lead. And there was some great committee members, like that actually could join part of the committee to help us out, be able to recognize. The movement was basically, we wanted to go ahead and make sure that the people chose the people that should be recognized. So as part of the committee, it evolved from just not only being one, but actually being numerous categories as a way to recognize individuals at different levels, to be able to do that. So in the last meeting, we had a chance to go ahead and take care of a few folks, to include one of our youth. But there was one individual that we could not recognize because she was up at college, up at Wichita Falls, and we couldn't do that. So it came in perfect timing because she came down during Christmas, and we were able to get together with her, and that's Melissa Severe. We went ahead and recognized her for our accomplishments. I will tell you this, and it's pretty neat, just hearing about it. The committee, I think pretty much said that it was because of what she represented and the ambassadorship and everything it does.
Right. It's important that anyone that gets nominated, their contributions can be just simply making Lytle noted, throughout the county, the state, and Calissa definitely did that.
Yeah.
She brought a lot of notoriety to Lytle through her athletics, and plus she did other things in the school as well.
Yeah, and so with that in mind, one of the things that actually happened, she went up there to school. So I'm over there, we're taking the photo, well, AP was taking the photo, and here we're texting it to the coach and letting her know, and the coach was responding back to her and said, you live in a great community because they take the time to recognize their people. And then she told me, this is Calissa, told me the story, that when they were up there and they were talking, and I guess I was texting her or doing something, and I was just checking up on her, and said, oh, the mayor reached out to you, checking up on you. So she basically told the other girls, hey, you need to be connected with your community. You need to be tied to different folks inside your community, and she kind of used Calissa as an example of being able to do that. So she still talks about Lytle. She still highlights Lytle everywhere she actually goes. And it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat to be able to recognize her. So that's the picture. And then we had a close-up. The other one is just the award, just so you kind of have an idea. There we go. So you kind of have an idea. So, and it's on the category with the youth. So one particular category. The committee also decided 2 years ago, once again, as part of that expansion of the awards and different things, is to be able to recognize folks that have made a difference in their lifetime for our community. And one of those individuals that got nominated and they took a look at and wanted to highlight was an individual that from the time that he was here, and he was going through Lytle ISD, through school, after school, events, after events. I still see him out on the stands. He doesn't need to be there, but he's always there supporting our youth. It doesn't matter where it actually happens. And that's Mr. Cortez. So Mr. Cortez, could you please come forward? So before I present this, he is, I tell you, if you drive down towards Natalia, you'll see all the pirate pride and everything that goes along with that. He is the epitome of pirate. Without a doubt, he is the biggest person that just highlights and takes care of our pirates. But with that in mind, he takes care of our community. So here's the rest of the story. You know who Paul Harvey is, right? Yeah, Paul Harvey was always about the rest of the story. So here's the rest of the story. For those of you who commute from Natalia and come into Lytle, and notice that here probably within the last year and a half, that all of a sudden at night it's a lot brighter. I just want to let you know that it's because of this man. He gave me a call and said, hey, we've been trying to get this done for 45 years. So we brought it to the council. We talked about it. We figured it out. We got together. Matt helped us out. We coordinated things. We talked to CPS Energy, and then next thing you know, boom, we had lights. I remember, I still have his message. I won't play right now, but I still have his message. He was so excited. He left me a message. The guys are out here. They're measuring the pulse. Remember that? Yeah. So he was so excited. We were all excited. And then next thing you know, it all got done, and it's all highlighted. So it's a lot brighter. It's a lot safer being able to do that. So without a doubt, not only because of your spirit towards our city, but also your commitment towards our city and making sure that things get done. And never forget what it's all about. I think the committee actually did an outstanding job of being able to recognize you a lifetime achievement award as a citizen. So that is pretty cool, isn't it? That's, yeah, you're gonna say a few words and we're gonna take some photos. So go ahead.
Well, first of all, I appreciate this. And I read somewhere that when you do something big, it's not just one person, but a person's steps up. And with that in mind, I wish to thank everybody that helped me. Only for the things that I've done for Bible, and all the things that I did in life, so that could be a good thing. I know that the other things, the determination are important, but I believe that most that I've done for life is taking care of the real church in Portland for 34 years. And that, a lot of people help me. A lot of people help me, but not all the time, even then. However, I have 4 persons who were with me, including my wife, Miss Woman. They were there 34 years. We got services every month. And with that in mind, I want to thank especially all the people that helped me and I told them everything. I did, I've got 4 persons who treat me very nice, very good. I want to thank the city for all the help. And I want to mention that in the Catholic hierarchy, all the bishops, not bishops, work in line. That's including Bishop Flores, Bishop
Flanagan.
California, and Archbishop, the one by now, see. I knew when I heard that he was coming, and I sent him a letter, so we got here. It was the first letter that he read for me, so we got the first church that he came out of San Antonio, he got sick. Besides that, I want to thank the city, because they won't with me all the time. One spoke that was Mayor John Wilson, Jim Lott, Mr. Lott. And of course, the distribution, and of course, Ron, and thank you, everybody.
That's good. Council, if you can actually stand and back over here just. There you go. Step right over here. You know, this is probably one of the first times that I have to tell him because he's always telling me we need to move back and do this. So I get a chance to tell him. Okay, we're gonna hold this like this. We're gonna do a handshake. Everybody's looking that way. So smile over that way. All right, there's gonna be one photo. And okay, now I want to go ahead and have the family. Come on up, family, get up here, and the committee members. Come on up. And I will tell you, see if we can squeeze everybody in here. Come on up, come on up. And one more person that we need to get Dr. Brackoff. Come on up, sir. Because you're part of this too, especially with the biggest pirate fan ever. Right here. Okay, we got everybody? Nice smiles. Got everybody? All right. Oh, one more. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome. There's a box over there? Aladia will give it to you, okay? No, thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you, sir. You're awesome. You know, we got,
Let me mention one more thing. Vincent City was the one senator, and especially
Edie,
with the police department, plus the 34 years that managed, we got the big festival, thanks to them, also this charity from the line. That was their fun.
there you go. There you go. Bill Brenner is good, always help out. All right. All right, council. Great moment. Awesome. Okay, next item on the agenda, we're gonna go ahead, the next presentation, the VRL family, we'll just go ahead and come back to that one. We'll just do it in another meeting, okay? So we'll just go ahead and press on from that item, and we'll go ahead and go right into the open session. And this is a take action on items discussed. So those of you that are here, you're still welcome to stay here. Those of you that, more than welcome to leave or stay here, whichever you want to do, okay? I really appreciate it. And to committee members, thank you again. You guys are spot on. Kudos. Did a great job this past year. All right, let's go ahead and move on to A. This is a discussion and presentation concerning Medina Central Appraisal District possible purchase and renovation of the Ridge Building located at 728 18th Street, Hondo, Texas. So we'll go ahead and turn it over. Oh. You're good.
And I'm your appointee to represent you all on the Medina County Appraisal District. Thank you all for your support. We're all spread right now. We don't have other board members here because we're all spread tonight trying to make presentations, informing the other entities about our plans, our immediate plans that we need you all support on. Moving here to the next page. Pretty much the presentation is not, it consists, I'm just going to run down over the names of the people that are presently your Medina County Appraisal Board members. The need for building or acquiring real property for a new Medina County Appraisal District office. And in the acquisition of the property, we're going to need to have some interior remodeling take place as well. And then we're also going to touch on the financing and more or less completion timeline that we have anticipated. Okay. So the board members consist of Cynthia Malone. She serves as the chair. Jody Jacobs, the vice chair. Yours truly, I'm the secretary of the board. And then we have Mamie Navarro. And we have Melissa Lutz, who's tax assessor. And we have a vacancy going on right now. I'm certain that y'all received a letter to that effect, letting you know that there's this vacancy, and perhaps if you have a name in mind that you may want to have considered to serve on the board, to submit that information to the tax assessor. Not the tax assessor, to the tax chief appraiser. I'm sorry, Janet Dixon. Currently, Medina County is in need of Medina County Appraisal Office is in need of having to purchase real estate. The purpose for that is because where they've been housed for a while, they've kind of been given an informal notice of eviction last fall. And so that prompted us, we've been looking for new real estate since last year, and we were looking at options available to us from leasing to buying. And we did find, it's a small community, and there's not much out there.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, we looked up what's available for leasing, and then it turns out that there's this one place that we're looking at that I'm going to be talking about in our presentation. But before we can even if we really want to purchase some real estate, we need to get all 3/4 of taxing entities that participate into the program approval. So that's the reason that we're all trying to get this done before the end of January. Okay. And then later in February, the chief appraiser is going to present to you all the resolution approving this action to take place, if should you go in that direction. Right now, according to the Census Bureau, the population in Medina County for 2020 was 51,584. It's expected for this year to rise to 55,937. However, you've seen the exploding growth taking place. Personally, I feel it's going to surpass that number, that 55,937. Okay. The Medina County Appraisal Office has record of new homes being built between 500 to 800 annually. So that's why I'm saying that population stat is going to continue to grow. Currently, the number of employees that operate the appraisal district is 11. With the growth continuing to take place, they're anticipating by 2030 they'll be needing between 2 and 4 new members added to the organization. The current space, like I said, it's Medina County property. It's 3,500 square feet. It rents for $3,500 a month. If you have been in those facilities, you will know that it's very small. It doesn't accommodate for a conference room. It doesn't accommodate space for even the ARB reviews to take place. The space that's available, it doesn't even have, for those meetings to take place, don't even have doors. So you don't even have, confidential conversations take place in there because it's insufficient spacing that's there. There's not enough bathrooms, and unfortunately, it's rat infested as well. Like I mentioned earlier, the county judge has given us the eviction notice. That start looking because there's no room at the inn here. Apparently, they already have space for the tax assessor's office is going to be moving out, so they're anticipating doing something with that whole space, the whole building the county is. And we just got to hurry up and be more suitable. Like I said, the properties that we looked at, I can tell you that we had looked at the Old City Library building was one of the facilities we looked at purchasing. But then again, when we went in there and looked at how much renovation costs would be needed, we're trying to keep costs very, make it very feasible for everyone. We don't want to break the bank. We just need a house to be at. That's the thinking we're going for. And so the city public library was one of the places we looked at. We looked at the buying land from the city of Hondo as well. But then when we looked at costs that were going to be to build a new building, they were just too much. We couldn't do it. And then as one of the properties that we were looking to lease was this bridge building. It initially or previously housed the Hondo Mental Health Center there. And it's kind of like on a strip mall. It's located at 728 18th Street. But the mental health facility or occupants moved next door to their own building now. So this was going to be ideal for leasing purposes. We had even asked the owner if he was if he would even think about selling. And at that time, he was not. So we were just looking at it to rent. While we were in the hunt, something came up and he reconsidered and said he would sell the property, the bridge building property. That's what we're looking at. It'll be ideal, plenty of space, plenty of room for growth, but it's going to be 7,900 square feet, plenty of restrooms. It looks like there's plenty of room to accommodate the conference room and all those kind of things. The list price is at $1.2 million. Yeah, we have secured a commercial contract for it. But we do have a 60-day closing period in the contract after 30 days after the feasibility study has been completed. Okay. We have put down an earnest money deposit with the title company for it out of some funds that the chief appraiser had put aside under the building fund. I believe that this has been discussed many years before my time, before coming here. I think there's this discussion possibly maybe more than 10 years ago or starting to, I don't know if y'all are aware of that, but they had started to put some funding aside for this purpose when the time came. The chairperson and the chief appraiser have also looked into the third-party financing, and they have met with local green financial institutions.
This kind of stuff.
I think they did talk to 3 different financing institutions, and they have been given a good perspective about very competitive rates for Medina County, as being it's a tax exempt entity. For that would be the loan for the purchase of the land, the building, and renovation costs involved as well. When the first phase of the construction, I guess for after the finish out, we would be, or Medina County would be responsible for the paying on interest only until the loan is finalized. I guess after the renovations, they're looking at having a 20-year term. And in that instance, they're looking at monthly payments expected at $10,000 a month. That would be the net increase of $6,500 per month. Remember, they're paying $3,500 right now for rent. So if it goes up to $10,000 a month once the loans kick in, and to have a complete new home. Of course, that's not including the other expenses for maintenance, insurance, and utilities. I guess in essence, what the borrowing number that they're looking at borrowing for the whole project is about $1.5 million to $1.6 million is the total cost that they're looking at. Based on that presumption, we're looking at what's the timeline looking like. As I mentioned, we're all doing our presentations to the entities, different tax entities, trying to accomplish that by the end of the month. And then the chief appraiser is going to notify all the entities by February 1st, the cost of the purchase, and provide you also with the cost analysis as to that information. And then by the end of February, we're looking at gathering all the resolutions, approved resolutions for the tax. Should we not have 3/4 approval required, then it would be a good deal. We would be homeless, needless to say, because then, I mean, there's no home there any longer. So we're anticipating closing the purchase of the land by March 15th and the construction and finalization by May 15th. And start paying the interest on that. Our permanent loan financed, I guess, by May 15th as well. And then the completion of the construction would be by September 26, 2026. And I think with that, all of that, having said all of that, the county judge would be working with the Medina County Chief Appraisal's Office to, knowing that we need now have a place to go to, but where it's going to take us some time to accomplish all of it. And so that's what I'm here for, just to inform you of what's to come and how we need your assistance.
So at a later point, you'll come back and ask whether or not for an action that goes along with that.
Yes,
This
sir.
is just
Next month.
informal. Okay.
Yes, sir. This was just an informal presentation because we don't have real substantive numbers to provide you, and we want to be able to do that as well before you approve the resolution.
Got it. So for information purposes, just so you kind of make sure. So, and I know that property because I go to Medina or I go to Hondo a lot.
Okay.
Over there. So that had multiple tenants in there. So when you take over, you're going to have additional tenants in there?
No, sir.
So you're taking over the whole building by
The
itself?
entire building, that's why it amounts to 7,900
Okay, so
square feet.
you're going to take care of that.
Yes, sir.
So
Right now, they have only one tenant.
Okay. Is there any way when we come back to the council that we can show the numbers of how that's going to make a difference on the organizational? How is that going to make a difference in our residents and financially? I mean, I know it's going to be an increase, and I know monthly it's going to be an increase, but how is that going to affect the taxing identities or the actual residents? I think that would be good to be able to provide that information.
I agree.
You know, whether you already have it in the kitty and, hey, this is not really going to impact us because we already saved. It's going to be transparent, but it would probably be good for us to kind of get an idea of the impacts that
Definitely.
goes along with that.
And we didn't want to present numbers now that may change, and then you're going to hold us to it. So because we don't really know what's going to be the cost for, the whole renovation project.
No, I totally understand, but I think for the council to be
And
able to
that's
make a
true.
decision, I think they need to know, the impacts
Oh,
across the board.
most definitely.
Just
No,
say-
I believe that's the February 1st timeline
Yeah.
deadline that the chief appraiser has for providing that information.
So you're in that one building that's like a tin building across from the courthouse?
Yes, sir. We are on K Street. And it's a tax office in the front
Yeah.
and
So
the,
everybody's going with it?
not the tax office, just
one
the
in back?
appraisal district. Yes. They're two different entities.
The judge is gonna let you stay there until this is all done,
I,
where you are right now?
well, we hope so.
Well, you said he
Yes.
gave a tentative eviction notice.
You're right. An
You'll just,
informal one. Yes, sir.
all right, you'll just hold that in his hand until you are done.
Right.
Okay.
I would think you would because y'all are a big part of county. I mean, you're the people that we go to for appraisal and everything else.
There's always a good relationship in the sense of working things out. But
Yes,
this is good. This is good information. It kind of gets us start thinking and asking the questions. But just if you could help us out, I think that would be good for the council to know
Of
the difference and stuff. Because financially, we worry about stuff like that.
Of
How is it
course.
going to impact the others?
And I'd like to see the money trail because the mayor brings up a good point. In your slide, you say you're renting from Medina County for 3,500 square feet location. But then in your title, you're Medina Central Appraisal District. And it doesn't make sense why you're paying. I just would like to see where all the money goes. And
It's
how
not-
how
Medi-
that's,
I'm sorry, sir, for the interruption, but Medina County Appraisal District is not under Medina County.
right. So if you're coming
So
in,
it's
you're telling me
quasi.
that you're going to be 3 times more on your rental because you're going to go to 10,000. Then that means you got to get money from somewhere. And does that mean my taxes are going to go up for Medina County or that? I just like to see where the money trail is. And I think that's what the mayor was asking.
That's
Once
exactly,
you come back and you present.
no, I agree. The 3,500 we're talking about,
That's the current.
that's the current rent,
Right.
yes, sir. But once the loans are, finalized, that amount for purchasing of the land, renovating the land, not the land, the building,
Building.
is what is increasing to $10,000.
Right. And that's the expected monthly payment. But like I said, I would like to see where you're 3 times the money's going to come from.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do that.
Thank you.
Anything else, council? No. And lastly, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for representing us, taking care of us, in a sense of just making sure that we get an opportunity and we got a place in the table.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you for what you do and being able to oversee our community and the other communities in Medina County. Thank you for doing that.
And thank you all for the trust in me. Councilman Rodriguez, as a taxpayer myself, I pay attention. And so believe me, if it goes up, it hurts me too.
Yes.
So as a representative, not only am I looking out for the city of Lido, the school district, or Natalia and their school district, but I'm also looking out for my interests.
No, yeah, and everybody knows, all the citizens know that if you see an increase somewhere, it's got to come from some type of revenue, right?
Right, sir. But no, it's a fair question. And that's why we need to come back with numbers
Yeah.
so that to make it transparent, like the mayor has indicated.
Well, thank you. We look forward to your next visit.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you,
gentlemen.
ma'am. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, council. Let's go ahead. Oh,
Bring your mic down.
Oh.
Bring your mic down.
all right. So let's go ahead and move on to B, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2501, a resolution of City Council of the City of Lytle, Texas, approving the terms, conditions of agreement by and between the City of Lytle and TRC for the scope of work associated with the review of Luisa Laverne Peña Farms Acre Plat, providing for incorporation of preamble, authorizing the city administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate such an agreement and providing an effective date.
All right, Mayor and Council, the next few are all similar, just different projects, but this is our normal task orders that TRC provides for work that they're going to review, and then ultimately some of them, like in this particular case, we would be paid back for that work if it's not city related, but somebody else as an applicant. This particular one is just a residential plat that is actually outside of the city limits, but it is in our ETJ, and we are the plating authority in the ETJ. So this is off of Wisdom and Old Frio Road, so up in the Bexar County area of our ETJ. So that's why this one is before you. But again, this one would be rebuild. They're aware of the cost, and that's all been communicated to the applicant. So
This is subdivision.
it's just a combining of a couple lots, I think, or splitting of a couple lots. That's all it is. Yeah. Very small residential.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on approving resolution number 25-01, the resolution of the City Council of the City of Lytle, Texas, approving the terms and conditions of an agreement by and between the City of Lytle, Texas, and TRC for scope of work associated with the review of Louisa Peña Farm Acres Plot, providing for incorporation of preamble, authorizing the city administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate such an agreement and providing an effective date today of January 13th, 2025.
A motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Ayes? Support? All right. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to C, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 25, resolution of City Council, the City of Lytle, Texas, approving the terms and conditions of an agreement by and between the City of Lytle, Texas and TRC for the scope of work associated with the review of the Lytle billboard relocation floodplain study, providing for incorporation of preamble, authorizing the city administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate such an agreement, providing the
Mayor and Council, with this particular one at the corner of FN 3175 and I-35 Frontage Road, there is the billboard. I think it for the Western is on it currently. They are looking to keep it on that same property, but they're actually looking to slightly move it forward and go higher up with the billboard. As such, they have gotten approval from TxDOT, but part of our review noticed that the structure would be in the floodplain. And so as a part of that, TRC needs to review it and make sure that everything is copacetic from the floodplain standpoint, since it is a structure within that. And so this is having TRC's task order associated with that.
So it will be moved and the height will increase,
Correct.
and the height that's within our regulations.
They may need a variance for that, but this is really the first step. So
Okay.
I think the biggest concerns that we've had, the council has discussion, has been the height. And then, of course, the lighting.
Yeah.
Too. You know, how much does it adjust for nighttime to daytime so we don't actually overflare the same
The current
lighting?
one has lighting? It doesn't, does it?
I
Because
don't
it's
know.
right there in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
I don't think it
And,
does.
and you're going to have, there's some residential,
Yeah, right in that
so
area.
I would say probably need to. But we'll let TRC
Yeah.
do their thing. And then they'll come back to the council.
Just
This
kind
is
of that
us-
first step.
Yeah, this is us allowing them to go ahead and do that.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 2502, resolution of the city council of the city of Lidle, Texas, approving the terms and conditions of an agreement by and between the city of Lidle, Texas, and TRC for scope of work associated with the review of the Lidle billboard relocation flood plan study, providing for incorporation of preamble authorizing the city administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate such an agreement and provide effective date today of January the 13th, 2025.
Okay, got a motion on the floor? Second? Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas, motion carries forward. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that. You're welcome to stay, but I know you said that you had a lot of stuff with other committees, so you're welcome to stay. If you need to go, please, there's no disrespect, no nothing. You can go ahead. Okay? You're good. You are good, man. We know how busy you are. All right, let's go ahead and move on to D, and this is consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2503, a resolution of City Council of the City of Lidle, Texas, approving the terms and conditions of an agreement by and between the City of Lidle, Texas and TRC for the scope of work associated with the review of the Newton Drive replat, providing for incorporation of preamble, authorizing the city administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate such agreement and providing an effective date. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mayor and council, on this particular one, this is another small residential property within the city limits on this one, off of Newton Drive near Wisdom. And so this is, what they're looking to do on this one is take 4 lots and combine those 4 into two separate lots. And so, again, this is just TRC's task order on reviewing for that purpose.
And once again, this is EJT.
No, this one
Outside?
actually is in the city.
It isn't.
This one is in the city. Yes.
It's on the west side of Wisdom.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, actually, part of the properties would be adjacent to the cemetery on the back end.
Okay, it's on the,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve what the recommended
Yes, I'll second.
You second it? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas. Appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and move on to E, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2504, a resolution in the City of Council of City of Lidle, Texas, approving the terms and conditions of an agreement by and between the City of Lidle, Texas and TRC for the scope of work associated with the review of the City of Lidle Water CCN amendments, providing for incorporation of preamble, authorizing the city administrator to execute any and all documents necessary to effectuate such an agreement and providing an effective date.
All right. So, Mayor and Council, with this particular one, this is the city asking TRC to provide, so there won't be a rebill on this particular one. But this is really for TRC to work with us as we've been approached by a couple different developers to look at where our current CCN exists and extending that out. And so I know we've had some discussions on that in the past, but this is the work order associated with that. The map was provided for you in the packet of the areas in question. So,
And this is basically us just tasking
Yeah, and
Same
they've already
thing.
started working on this. It's just a matter of, getting the paperwork in line.
Got it.
So.
All right. Council?
So on this certificate of convenience,
Mhm.
what does that actually mean if we incorporate these properties?
So the properties that lie within your CCN, legally, you have a right to serve those properties with sewer or water services, really what it is. And so when you extend the CCN in those areas, we would be obligated to provide water for those. Obviously, with this particular instance, and these developments that we've been talking about, some of that would come through development agreements and what that ultimately looks like for those particular projects. But technically, if your property's in the CCN, we have properties off of 2790 outside of the city limits that are in our CCN that we do provide water service to them, and so they would be the same boat.
When they become customers,
Yeah, they would be utility customers.
but they don't pay taxes,
Correct, unless you're in the city.
which
But-
these,
But normally what happens, and I'm just going to say right now, normally what happens with some of these identities, the first step is trying to take care of the utility portion of it. The second step is the annexation.
right.
Yeah.
The annexation, then they would fall
So
under.
this is
Yeah.
more like the first step.
Yes. And with these particular ones, we've kind of already had some of that conversation with council, obviously. What the annexation piece looks like. I will tell you, there's properties though that do exist currently in our CCN that we haven't talked, obviously, because they're just residential properties that have always been in our CCN. So
Yeah, excuse my ignorance, but when I see Dale Grass Farms, I see water consumption.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
no. Without going into detail because of economic development negotiations, I would prefer that we have that conversation in an executive.
No, I approve resolution 25-04 as presented with effective date today, January 2025.
Okay, got a motion on the floor for us to go ahead and approve resolution number 2504 as presented. Second? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So we have three yays and one nay. Is that correct?
Yes, I just like to state my opposition is because I don't know enough information. But in the future, I could easily change that,
Okay,
and especially once the study comes through.
no sweat. Paul, if you can just make record of that, appreciate that. Okay, with three, the motion carries forward. We'll go ahead and press on with the resolution. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to F, consideration and possible action concerning resolution number 2505, the resolution of City Council, City of Lido authorizing participation in the National Opioid Settlement Agreement secured by the Office of Attorney General as non-litigating subdivision, providing for incorporation of preamble, authorizing the mayor to execute certain settlement participation documents, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, so mayor and council, previously the city has accepted funds as far as out of the National Opioid Settlement Agreement that was completed by the Texas Attorney General's office. There was another settlement that was made here recently by, I believe, Kroger, if I'm not mistaken. And so a portion of those funds would be able to go to anybody that has accepted the overall resolution to be a part of the settlements. In looking at what had been done or not done previously, Texas Attorney General's office reached out and said that they didn't have a copy of the original resolution, basically us approving being a part of the settlement. So that's just kind of a cleanup to get a part of that, and then we would also be allowed to then participate in the additional one that has come down. This is the only time we would have to do it. So if going forward there's any additional ones that get settled, then those funds would be able to be allotted to the city. So it's just a one-time deal that should have happened a year and a half, 2 years ago, but they
What kind
couldn't.
of money we're talking about
The Kroger one is very small. I think in the maybe a couple thousand, but obviously it's restricted to what we can use it for as well.
Well, the
So
breakdown was included in.
That's
the
correct. Yes.
The only question I have was I see that the municipal allocations were 15%. The administrative cost was 70%. What happened to the other 15? What is that?
That all comes from the Attorney General's office, so I'm really not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't miss it. It wasn't included. Right?
Yeah, I think you're correct there. Yeah. Yeah. And this original, I think the exhibits that you saw were the breakdown. That was under the original settlement
Right.
agreement too. So obviously those numbers change as additional settlements happen. Lynette probably could give what we've received thus far, or generally about right around 4,000. So on the other previous settlements that we had.
Okay, council?
Well, there, I'm all for getting more money. So I move that we approve resolution 25-05 as presented with today's date, 13 January 2025. Get the money.
Okay, got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second, okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all yeas. Thank you, council. Appreciate that. Take care of that. All right. And let's go ahead and move on to G, consideration and possible action concerning ordinance number 2501, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Lidle, granting a petition for incorporation of hereafter prescribed property into the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the City of Lidle, Texas, and extending the boundaries of said extraterritorial jurisdiction to include said herein within described property, granting to all inhabitants of the said property all the rights and privileges offered by law, binding said inhabitants and all the acts, ordinances, resolution, laws, and regulations of the City of Lidle and the state that may be applied or enforced within the extraterritorial jurisdiction.
All right. So mayor and council, obviously, which was provided in the data sheet, Rowan Digital was one of the developers looking in this area to develop a facility. This particular piece of property is not within the current city limits, is not within the ETJ. However, they've also are wanting to potentially ask council for a development agreement, and along with that, some potential tax abatements that go along with that. The only way to do that is to be either in the ETJ or the City of Lidle. So, and the rules have changed in the last few years that when you annex property, your ETJ doesn't automatically extend out. Anybody can ask to petition to be a part of the ETJ. And so they have done that. They've asked for that ETJ petition to be extended to that area. The property in question was provided in the packet. And so this is their request to do so.
And no problem later on if they come back and ask to be incorporated.
No, so we would want them in the ETJ first. They can then do their development agreement and any tax abatement policy. And then a part of that development agreement, if annexation is on the table, then that would be worked out at that time with council. So.
So this is to incorporate them into our ETJ.
Yes, just to basically extend the ETJ line around those
Right.
properties.
And it also will accept the abatements that they've been asked.
It will not accept the abatements. The abatements will be a completely separate discussion that will have to go before this board.
It was just part of the presentation. Because it does talk about the.
It talks about that they
abatements.
want to pursue that, but that we are not
Okay,
approving
that's-
that.
we don't have
Nope,
that. Okay.
no, sir.
This
It's
is
just the
for
ETJ. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the reason they reference it is because they intend to proceed with a tax abatement from the city or request that. And in order to do that in the state of Texas, you either have to be in the city or the ETJ. So that's
Yeah.
why they're pursuing this ETJ.
The same thing holds true as far as water
Yes.
and usage and so forth.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Mayor, I can go ahead and make that motion. That would be to approve ordinance 2501, an ordinance of the City of Council of the City of Lytle, Texas, granting a petition for incorporation of the hereafter description or described property into the external jurisdiction of the City of Lytle, Texas, and extending the boundaries, limits of said extraterritorial jurisdiction to include said herein after described property and granting to all inhabitants of said properties and the rights and privileges offered by law and binding said inhabitants by all acts, ordinances, resolutions, laws, and regulations of the City of Lytle and state that may be applied or enforced within the extraterritorial jurisdiction. Wow, that's a lot.
I know.
Hope I read that right.
I'll second.
Okay, got a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All yeas, motion carries. Doing good. Appreciate all that. We're going to move on to H, consideration and possible action concerning ordinance number 2502, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Lytle, Texas, amending Chapter 42 Utilities by deleting Chapter 42 in its entirety and adopting a new Chapter 42 Utilities in its place, providing for incorporation of preamble, providing a penalty of an amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any of the provisions hereof, and providing a repeater clause and a severity clause and an effective date.
All right. So I imagine there'll be some discussion on that on this particular one. Obviously, what prompted this was our previous discussion on changes that needed to occur or potentially occur to our drought contingency, our stages that we have. So if you recall that conversation, as I started looking at the utility ordinance, there was just a lot of general cleanup that needed to happen with it. So I took the opportunity, if we were going to make adjustments in that section, might as well do the cleanup at the same time, which is why ultimately it's deleting the whole chapter and basically approving the new chapter in its place. Some of the things, just to walk you through some of the probably the bigger noted changes, and then I know we'll have some discussion on some items. But right off the bat, we didn't really have a clear defining way that for people to apply for water and sewer service, and most utility ordinances will lay some of that information out. So we did add the section 42-2, which is water and sewer service application, and just some general information on what we would require as a part of that application process for new services. We did not currently have a drawn out policy, and it's kind of required if we're going to disconnect people from utility services to actually give them why we would be disconnecting. And so 42-3 is a new section that was added regarding the disconnection and discontinuance of water and sewer services and when those would be applicable. The one thing I want to draw y'all's attention to is under that section is letter D. And this was an arbitrary number that came up with looking at other various ordinances. So I'm willing to make sure that council understands that after a bill is delinquent for 30 days, a written notice in a form approved by the city administrator shall be delivered by regular U.S. mail or by hand delivery to the customer at least 10 days prior to the stated date of disconnection. And so we don't, I'll be perfectly honest, we are not consistent by any means of when we disconnect people. It's just kind of like, oh, it's been a couple months, no one's paid, we probably need to disconnect them. And so this is building in that consistency. But I wanted to make sure that 30 days was comfortable with this board, or if they wanted to have it at 60 days, really we can come up with whatever you want there. I just want to make sure that we are building in consistency.
What page are you in?
So page 5 of
5.
the ordinance.
Okay.
Yes.
Page
So
5.
focusing on that subject before you move forward.
Yeah.
I have a bill, and for whatever reason, I forget to pay it.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna be charged for late delinquency. I can understand. But I've said this before. We had just built our home.
Yeah.
3 months in, I forgot to pay the bill. And then I got an order to disconnect. I probably got other letters that I didn't realize.
Sure.
It was all within, well, obviously it was more than 30 days, but
Yeah.
it was still within that 2 billing cycle.
Yeah.
And I have a brand new home. Why would I purposely not pay my bill? That's the least amount, right?
Yeah.
I think 30 days is not efficient enough or sufficient enough to allow a customer that just forgot, or maybe they don't have the money that month, but they're going to double up next month. I don't have a problem with doing the late fees or whatever fees are associated with it, but to say you're going to be cut off.
Yeah.
And then you're given 10 days, and that 10 days, if you got a PO box, there again, you're responsible for checking your PO box, but if you have a PO box and you don't go but every Saturday to check your mail, I would like to see more than 30 days, Council.
Yeah, and again, the 30 days is an arbitrary number. Looking at some other ordinances around us and just across the state, when comparing, it kind of runs the gambit. So I just kind of came up with something that made sense. Again, what you see typically, and just in my experience in other cities, is that when they hit that mark, they get either their next notice for bill is like a red bill, almost like we see now, like past due, kind of thing. So again, change it, but wanted to call y'all's attention to that because I know that could be a sticking
Just
point.
walk us through to make sure that so say for instance, it's supposed to be paid by the 10th, right?
Yep.
So we miss it.
Yep.
What's the first order of action for our residents? What would happen at that point?
So right now, you want to walk through right now?
So what happens is the 30 days, I have the girls run me a aging report.
So can I go back just to make
Mhm.
sure? Okay, so 30 days from the 10th or 30 days from the time of the end of the cycle?
From the end of the cycle.
Okay,
30
so
if
we're
they're-
talking about
Yeah, we're 30 days net from the time they
so
should
at the end
pay.
of the month.
Right. So we have bills out by the 1st, by the end of the 30th. So they'll start, by the time we get the senior payments in, which is around the 21st, the girls run me an aging report. We go through the aging report. Being such a small city, I can tell we can know everybody in the city pretty much. So I know we have a history of who is going to be late or who's not going to be late. We start making phone calls to these people to see what we need, if there's a problem, or if we can help them. At that time, I kind of make my own decision about if we're going to give them more time or if they're going to give me a reason or if they need to come in and set up a payment plan. We try to always work with people. In the last probably year, I've only turned off about 5 people. We don't have anybody over $500 right now. I do, but the $500 are going to be a little bit more of the big businesses. But if you're more than welcome to come look at the aging at any time, I don't have anybody that's on there super long. We did have some situations where I'm a little bit more picky about like apartments. We're over at the mobile home park where I know that they may vacate immediately and I will not work with, people that long. That's where Zach and I got talking, is that we have to have a uniform code or agreement of what we do across the board. So just because I know somebody's having problems of letting them come in and doing a long-term agreement to pay off 3 or 6 months, but I can't always do that with some of the other rental agreements that I know that they could leave the property at any time. And that's where I'm torn on what to do.
Okay, so the current version, and then we're going to put the new one. Okay, so the current version, 30 days out after the end of the month. Okay, they still haven't paid. You all get together and try to figure out what do we need to do next.
And
right?
Liza and Virginia usually start making phone calls to them and
Got it.
asking what the problem is.
And we're not cutting anybody, but that's where we're at. Okay, so here's a new one. So the new one, what we're going to do is, here it is. Now it's
30 days after it's delinquent, which would be the 10th.
so
30 days after the 10th.
after the 10th. So now we're going from within 30 days making the decision. Now it's going to be
hang
more
on a
like
second. It's not always after the 10th because we have the seniors that don't pay till the 25th.
correct.
But
Sure.
We go to 30, right?
yeah,
so
but it's
now
usually they
we're
start
shifting.
last of the month.
So we're shifting from the time of the not the cutoff, but the time of the billing closure,
Yes.
right? Now we're shifting to 40 days. So it's going to be 40 days before we're going to go ahead and decide what we need to do next. Is that correct?
Well, under this, they would get a notice, under this scenario, at that point, anybody that was on that list would get a notice in the mail saying you are delinquent, you have 10 days to cure.
So
or
once
you're gonna be
again,
cut off.
it's 40 days after the end of the closure of the bill, right? 40 days, they're going to get a notice. Okay. And then another 10 days.
Up to 10 days to take care of it.
So then it's going to be
Or come
50
in,
days.
set up a payment plan or something.
Okay.
But
I just-
Michael, we go
I just
out
wanna
of
make
our
sure you
way
guys
to
see the
find-
timetable
to find
of
people.
how it is now to that. So technically, right now, we're making decisions a lot earlier, right? This, what is in here, it's actually shifting it. We got more time, and now we're going to have a written notice at the 40-day mark, and then at the 50-day mark is when an action happens.
Sent to cut off.
Unless they come in and do a payment plan.
Right.
Sure.
So,
And that will be in the letter that they get, right?
Correct.
yes.
All that information would be provided.
So the thing I'm getting at is that after the 30 days, you're getting a notice of closing the account or,
Mhm.
Past due.
well, no, it's not a past due because a past due, you could just make it up.
Sure.
You're getting the threat of having your services disconnected within
So,
10 days.
I can tell you, just like a recent one that I did have turned off, there were 10 calls made before I actually had work order made to turn that off. The girls, I know it could get bigger and not be an option, but right now the girls go out of their way to leave messages, get a hold of people before we have that happen.
No, and I think that's great. I'm just trying to come up with a overall, across the board, fair proposition of how to handle these. Because to me, one billing cycle should not threaten a citizen to cut off your services for being
Let-
one
let-
billing cycle
Let me
late.
give you an example of something. So
Now,
we-
I understand if you want to do a probation period. Like, let's say if this is a new customer, they haven't been here for over a year, you don't want them to have a service for a month and then walk out, right?
Right.
That's what you're getting at.
That's
in a
the-
roundabout
the accounts
way,
that-
right?
The accounts that I've had to write off with the auditors, yes,
Yes.
sir. It's
So
those.
maybe we can add a probation period, but once that probation period being months or years, a year, whatever it is, well, that still would have cut me because I hadn't even been here a year.
Yeah, so what this does is, once again, and just to make sure, so we're 30 days after the closure of the bill, and then we're looking at 10 days when, remember, the first one is a letter, and then in 10 days, okay, so we're in day 50 now, be hand delivered to the customer at least 10 days prior to the date of disconnection. So the first letter is basically, hey, give us a call. If you don't give us a call, there's these are the additional steps that go along with that. But then there's going to be a hand delivered letter. Hey, you need to talk to us because there's in 10 days we're going to cut you off. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that was the intent.
And that's what we've done before. So then the boys would go out and leave a hanger
So-
or try to make.
In all due fairness, back in 97, this was a completely total different administration. I found out when I tried to turn on my water and it was off. Okay.
I'm not going to turn off your water.
No, and I understand that. I understand that. We have a completely different administration than what we had
I mean,
before.
I mean.
But, what I'm getting at is that when you receive that bill, you should feel comfortable enough to know that you have time to make that payment or come to the city and make a payment arrangement. Or you're going to receive a call, like you said. That's fine. But I just don't like that, 45 days? That's when the cutoff is?
It's about, well,
No.
in reality, they
50
get
is
a-
when you get the letter,
Yeah,
and then you still have time.
And when is the
It would
cutoff
go
So
through
technically-
fee applied?
Technically, it's if you add all the days and the talking, it ends up being like 60 days.
the only time the fee would be applicable is if we actually cut them off.
And that would be on the 60th?
60
Yeah,
around
after the
60 days
Well,
after.
your late fee comes in after the 10th. And then if it does get cut off, then you would have a reconnection fee. That
And that would occur on the,
at the time that the Public Works
so
turns
can
you off.
we at least put in writing when the cutoff date is?
Yeah, but it's on the,
It's-
there's little notes that we.
Which
that
is,
the
I've heard
Public Works
60,
puts
I've
on it.
heard,
30.
I heard 30, and then I heard 60.
I said 60.
No. I'm adding the time.
Date.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
so from the initial bill, which I forgot to pay, when is the cutoff? When are you gonna call
It's
for
about,
service?
it's about at 60 days after that bill is due.
So I would like to have it in writing, the number of days.
And right now, so you get something written, which is your bill. Then after that, we're calling and we're trying to do.
Well, we're calling
With-
before that.
Yeah.
So they start calling immediately, and then we'll send the letters out. Then what's going to happen, if it's the last option, then we will have Public
Okay.
Works go out and do the hanger on the door or at the residence and try to make contact.
I just would like to see it in writing. That way it's fair across the board and the city administration can work with the customers as they see fit, which I can understand. You know, we're still a small city. But we just need to have that written down.
I mean, the reality is that, and I think I can appreciate, and I think council appreciates the calls that they're making.
Yes.
But there's going to come a time where that may not be
That's
physically
gonna- yeah,
possible.
And
Right.
Girls and I have
with
talked
the
about
city.
that. You know, we've
So-
got almost 1,800 residents now, and maybe maybe 5 pages. So let's say 30 people are,
Right.
and it's usually the same people that we call every month. And they're like, oh, okay, hang on, and they get a credit card and we pay it. This month I've got 5 that Liza has given me that I need to review, but it's not, we don't have as bad, I think, as other cities.
Okay, well, with that scenario, we would know that in that 60-day period, on the 60th day, the cutoff would occur. And it's understandable that any fees that accumulate between the initial billing and the 60 days
Mhm.
are applicable, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The late
That's
fees
fine. Yeah,
for 1
absolutely.
or 2 months
Absolutely.
per.
And the last thing about this, they came, I really think they really thought about this. Now there's 3 different ways. So it's a good thing.
And Liza calls, she'll get on there and call 10 times and say, hey, come on, please help me,
Yeah.
So,
I'd like to
Thank you.
jump in on this.
Yeah.
And give my opinion. I don't have a problem with 30 days. I'll tell you why. It gets the ball rolling. And it could be, we do have single senior citizens who live in our community that unfortunately something may have happened to them.
and we have had that happen.
And if we wait more than 30 days to start inquiring about why he didn't bill, we could be in the next 60 days down the road. We won't do that. But if we're calling, we get nothing, we go out, knock on the door, or whatever, there may be some indication that we need to offer some assistance or call it support. So I would rather see it 30 days because you do have, I know that y'all are not quite party.
Are you talking a turn off at 30? Is that what you want? Or,
I think the way it's
No,
written.
as it's written
Okay,
here.
the way-
As it's written.
I think you're okay with
No,
it.
it
It gets
is.
the ball rolling and you guys are not hard-hearted. So if somebody comes in and says, I'm having trouble, you're gonna work with them.
Right.
So this is not draconian to me. So I'm happy with 30 days to get the ball rolling.
at this point, we don't have any open accounts receivables that I am concerned about. I've
Yeah.
got one lady that I can't, but she's also in rehab, but I'm dealing with that.
Sure.
And we're not changing that 30 days. It was never suggested to change the
Oh,
30
okay,
days.
that's what I was hearing.
No,
You
no,
didn't like that
we're
30
still-
days there.
The administration still
It's
gonna
just
do
being
what they
clear
do.
on when that cutoff.
Yeah,
Yes.
the clerks will
That's all
start
we were
calling
doing.
the regular payments
No,
of the
I
10th
got
right
that,
after, and then the seniors, she'll start calling right after.
Okay.
Thank you.
Zach, which other areas do you have in?
Yeah, so
Doing
the 42.5 is generally the same in
What
there.
page are you in?
6. Well, goes 6 to 7. So
Okay.
generally the same. There's just some additional language added for extension of services, and just making sure that we, we're getting the costs paid to us when we are extending that by individuals that are wanting us to extend our mains and things like that. So just wanted to highlight that. The other section is 42.9, page 9, and continues on to 10. So this is liens for utility service. So if we disconnect and we've gone or we missed somebody and it's gone several months where they haven't paid us non-payment of bills, then this would give us the ability to file a lien against that property to ensure we get the money that is owed to us. We don't currently have a process to do that built in the ordinance. But it's very clear it's more than 4 months of delinquent services. And that's really on those instances that it can happen, human error, we miss one or two. So it hasn't happened, I don't think, ever in the city, but it could. So, and then really, then we'll skip quite a bit of pages to. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Before you get further down.
You're good.
There's one change of masculine under page 8.
Page 8?
Under 42-8. And this language, I'm sure, is a holdover from how it was previously.
Probably.
This is actually been flipped under state law, where customer information is now confidential by default, and you actually have to request it if you want it to be.
Got it.
Whereas here, this is how.
They have to request, yeah.
Yeah, you have to request it confidential. The legislature years ago.
Oh, so we need to change.
We
that.
need to change that
Yeah.
section then.
Okay. That's right in the middle. It's right in the middle of the paragraph.
And I'll just rip the link right out of the section.
Roger that. Thanks, Austin.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm going to skip all the way to page 36 of the ordinance, which is section 42104. I really need some clarity from council on this one. So currently, if we issue a drought stage, we're supposed to notify via the newspaper, which doesn't seem really, I mean, we can do that if y'all choose to do so, but I can tell you we have not been doing that thus far. So when we go from like stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3, we're supposed to be notifying the newspaper. Normally we put it on the bills, we put it on the website. So I just wanted to make sure, was newspaper still appropriate in y'all's minds to notify? We can also keep that in there and add the other methods of communication. Just wanted to see what y'all's thought
Well,
was on that.
it's a legal requirement, is it, or no? We have flexibility with that.
I don't believe you have to notify in the newspaper. There's no legal requirement for that.
It's up to, it's really up to you all.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's, you never get in trouble for notice. So, a lot of times it's the utility bills, but you'll have it on your marquee here. Some cities will send out separate notice, we've already sent it. So it makes sense just to put it in certain.
If I remember the discussion, everything was going to remain the same. We were just going to have to include the stage 5.
And that's fine. I mean, I just can tell you, we are not, like when we went from stage 3 to stage 4 and then back to stage 3 this last year and we kept flip-flopping, no notice was ever sent. Now the newspaper might have known and they might have published their own thing, but we were not publicly notifying people via the
We didn't do
newspaper. So
anything
we were violating
before?
our own, technically.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
realize
Would it,
that.
just in case anything changes, Austin, would it be okay for us to put notification to the newspaper if required?
Yeah.
And just put it in there if required. And that way it kind of gives us the flexibility, based on the council. If legally it changes in the future and we're required to do that as a notification, it's already in there and we don't have to change it.
Yep.
But your statement was regarding newspaper.
Yeah, because that's all it says currently.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
mean, we-
only
we
way it
still
says
send
we're
them out
going
on
to
the
notify
utility
people now.
billing and.
We're still
add
going to
it.
do that. Yeah.
No.
We're not going to
That's
change
fine,
that.
Oh, that's
It's
fine.
just right now, the only thing it states is by newspaper.
Yeah.
So,
So if it's okay, we can kind of incorporate. You guys are okay with
You
that?
don't want to leave it as a newspaper, requiring a newspaper edition.
Yeah.
I just give the flexibility for the council to decide, depending.
That makes sense to do that, because sometimes 2-year conversations will change.
frequently.
I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
So
So
Okay.
if required.
If required, I think. Yeah. And then it's the 42105, that very next section, but it is number C, which goes on to the next page of page 37. So this is the critical period surcharges. The language, actually, when I was reviewing everything, we had talked about adding a surcharge, for later stages. But it actually already gave the ability to do that. We just didn't actually say how to do that. So so that language is in there. And then of course I added the language regarding, hey, in this section, we'll give you more detail on what that is. So I just wanted to highlight that for y'all. Nothing big there. And then we'll go to the actual stages now. So the first one is on page 41. And this is for stage 4 restrictions. And so the first change that was made on stage 4 was we used to have the 30% rule for filling of pools. So under stage 4, you could fill new and existing swimming pools as long as the water was obtained. Only 30% of it was from Edwards Aquifer. Obviously, that's very hard to manage that. So what we basically did is that eliminate that completely and just say, if you're going to fill the pool, any new and existing pools, then it's got to be just from another source other than Edwards Aquifer, and just completely cut that out. Make it easier on ourselves. The other thing, the next one under there was that we've noticed we've been giving a lot of water to our developers. They're probably our highest consumer. And so when they're building for construction purposes, and so like Lytle Farms, who's doing all the streets and things like that, they're probably our biggest consumers right now as far as water is concerned, and why we're probably so far over the amount that's allowed. So what we did in there was developers using water for development purposes must bring in water from an outside source. So they would have to bring pump trucks in or something like that. We would not be giving out the hydrant meters, temporary hydrant meters, where they would be pulling that from our source.
Can you do something just so it matches up to the one where you're talking about swimming pools?
Yes.
Can you add an outside source other than Edwards Aquifer? Just spell it out, just like we did on the other one, so it's very clear. You know what I mean? We have it on there.
Yes.
What if your supplier uses Edwards Aquifer water? They're just, they just gotta.
I don't know that we'll ever know.
Yeah, I don't think we.
As long as they're just not using our water is really the biggest thing.
Not our water.
I mean, we're trying to, if we need to change it, and I'll ask Austin to look at it and try to figure out, but the main thing is it's not any kind of water that
We get it.
that is measured through our
Okay.
area.
Through our area.
That's basically what it looks like. So we need to be careful with that.
And then finally, just added a section that critical period surcharges will be imposed under stage 4. And again, where they can find information to that. Stage 5, as you recall, just still on page 41 and then continuing on to 42. So we had it before where you would have to call the emergency meeting anytime we went into stage 5. And so now adding some of the things that we had talked about at the previous meeting. Obviously, just continuing the no person may use groundwater for an ornamental or outdoor fountain or similar feature, which is typical under some of the other sections. We had no person may use groundwater for landscape watering unless by handheld. So that would be the only way. And then on any day of the week from 7 to 11. Obviously, this wouldn't be applicable for gray water or non-potable water. Because pools have been such an issue, we basically saying if we go into stage 5, we're going to restrict the issuance of new pools because they're going to have to fill them, and it's a lot of water. Even if it was from an outside source, it just becomes too complicated. So, so that's why we put that in there.
Did we go away from covering the pools at all? Like we
That would still be applicable because earlier stages and,
Oh, it
and so
has it on
everything
there.
is still,
Okay.
yeah,
So they'll still be required
Correct.
to be covering them.
correct. Obviously, use of water to wash down buildings, structures, sidewalks, or other impervious areas is prohibited unless for immediate fire protection. And then the critical surcharges would also, again, be applicable for sure under this stage.
Can you look at the title of F? Just is that how it's supposed to be?
Of which one, I'm sorry?
F, right there?
Yes, the Comal Springs reduction.
Okay.
Yes. That's straight from the stages that Edwards has, so that's why it's in there.
They have it listed that
Yeah.
way. Okay.
So nothing changed. Those were the only 5 restrictions based on conversations we had previously. Obviously, if there's any additional ones that y'all have thought about, we can definitely add, but wanted to at least get the ball rolling on, so we wouldn't have to call an emergency meeting every single time that we went to that stage.
The only thing I had on there that we kind of talked about it lightly was whether or not we should put some sort of balance of the restriction. So if we're being asked to cut down 40%, whether or not these high use facilities or places would need to be able to adapt or be able to do something to show the same, on there. I know we're going to have them in surcharges. Is that correct?
Yeah, the surcharge, obviously, they're would be implemented where in stage 4 and 5, we would charge a certain amount for anything they go over, whatever that number we've determined. Yes, that was a new, yeah. And that was the last one that I wanted to cover with y'all. So, which is on page 44. So that was that drought surcharge fee and just what the thresholds would be. And then obviously I would need some direction so I can bring back the master fee schedule on how much we want to charge as far as that surcharge fee is concerned.
Is that where the 2,000 a day violation comes in?
So $2,000 violation is typical of any health and safety ordinances. So if anybody is found in violation of this and our code enforcement officer and PD wrote a citation, and that would go in front of the court, and the judge would determine that he could only go up to $2,000 per day. So that if a violation is found. So that's where that language comes into play.
That's the maximum where it's all based on
The amount.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's $2,000 a day, that's there, so if somebody gets, they shoot someone has a but it's not solved. Where it's something like that, the city get it every day. Right, I would have fines by the end of the week.
Yeah. It's rarely used, but it is a tool in our toolbox if we need it.
So was there a volume restriction on commercial, or were we just doing surcharge?
I don't currently have that built out. It was just the surcharge. So, I mean, if that's something we want to look at, we can definitely do.
My recommendation would be just a surcharge, because there are some businesses that rely on water usage. And they cannot pay. So it's surcharge.
I see what you mean in the sense of the different portions of it. I just think we still need to think at the stages. Would it be, Austin, would it be possible that if we are at a stage 4 or above, that anything that would be considered a 10,000 gallon for commercial would need to be approved by the council? Could we put something in a sense? No, to be considered as part of a development or something. Yeah, I think we need to put some sort of, where we're actually looking at anything that we're doing that is going to be considered a high user.
I mean, you can definitely build in your drought. Contingency plan. It's not just like a section, it's a whole plan, right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
That also has water. You occur at a high usage customer, some cities will have rules about proximity to certain users of hot water to other hot water users. So they cannot go to the same types of users, so concentrated. The city's almost so big. Water. You can also adjust the surcharge according to the drought restrictions.
agree, you're less to somebody's 100,000 gallons than you are stage 4 and stage 5.
Yeah.
But as far as she also, they meet, I mean, you want to go that into the plans for your issue of building permit, those don't typically get canceled. And if they did, I don't know if that would all. I wouldn't want you to deny a permit based on the water usage.
Just think about it and just try to figure out what it's just something when we're in the critical stages and stuff, there's certain things that we can and cannot do. So being able to have a little bit of
And then not to go into, I guess, super detail, but I think I know where you're going, Mayor, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, we do have some businesses that may have indicated that they were going to use less water than they actually are using. And so I think, it would have been nice to know that ahead of time. There may have been some restrictions or things we would have maybe potentially put in place if that was the case, if we would have known it was more than what they actually are using. I think that's where you're going with that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
You said change the timing of it, so it's not being constructed. Stage 5.
Yeah.
Or prohibition, so they have to wait.
exactly. I mean, in the
Yeah.
sense of just a pause. If you guys can kind of look at that and just try to figure out as a way to kind of be able to help out. I mean, if everything is good, when it comes down to it, our city is going to be required at the end of the year to show a reduction. And if the people that actually have the high usage are not doing something to help us get there, then it's going to come back to bite us, the whole city, for us, in the sense of going beyond the threshold. So we have to be able to do something to be able to do that. And at the same time, if something's going on too, somebody's thinking, hey, you know what, this is not the right time. Just like with pools, right?
Yeah.
The same thing. This is not the right time for us to be looking at something like this. We're very interested, but until we get ourselves in a better position, unless you want to bring the water rights,
I was gonna say, well, like you said, they have some other means.
bring the water rights, to be able to say, hey, we'll provide the water rights that we plan to have as usage for the whole year. And that way it doesn't affect our city.
Yeah, not to pick on any one particular, but can a city restrict the usage of a car wash, for example?
So what I found is a lot of cities will distinguish between car washes that have the capability of recycling water, a certain percentage of water, and those that don't. Those that don't, it's obviously just goes back into the
Right.
If you're able to recycle it, it's a little different. But yeah, I did find where cities prohibit like charity car washes. Like, I don't, at the end of the day, if the business is located in city limits, car wash or otherwise, right? They're in city limits that are going to pay the rate that city charges for water.
Right.
There is no.
And that's where I go back to my surcharge. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So the fix generally is to adjust those rates, and it might, I was talking to Zach, but it might be where you put some rates in, you put them right here, and then maybe you're able to see, did they actually cause a reduction in use or not, at least for high users, and if not, then you probably push those rates higher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you penalize them, you're trying to encourage conservation. So, the likelihood is that, hey, stop using so much water, otherwise you're going to continue to pay. It's going to hit your pocket.
But yeah, it's the other thing. Like other cities where there's no agricultural usage, no matter what you charge someone, it's worth it to them.
Yep.
Water a certain amount.
No, but this is good. I mean, honestly, this is really good compared to what we actually had before. Just a little tweaks here and there.
Yeah.
Just to try to help each
So
other
do
out.
we need to table this for now, and let the gentleman work on some of these changes we're talking about?
The only last thing I would ask under that drought surcharge, so I want to make sure that because when we had presented it before, I think it was at like 3,000 was our threshold. So in looking at it and just looking at our general consumption, I think it made sense to go 5,000 on residential and 10,000 on commercial. So if they're if going over that amount, then that's when they would start being charged that surcharge. And then, for every 1,000 over that amount. And then the only last thing, I will just need some feedback so we can bring back the fee schedule to actually build in what that fee is going to be, because that's a completely separate. Of
So we
this.
could table this motion and give you time to,
Yeah, the two items, and then bring
Same
back
time.
the changes accordingly.
And this is probably typically because people want time to adjust to the rate, things like that. So they typically do it like
For future.
the next billing cycle after the one.
Yeah.
So you guys are right now in
No.
March.
Yeah. Well, and we'd have to post in the newspaper as well because the ordinance changed.
Yeah,
So
usually it's about a 3-month out, give it, but- Okay. All right, council, can I get a motion for us to go ahead and table this until,
Yeah, how long do
Next.
you need? One cycle, a whole month?
I mean, I'm hoping that we could get it done and have it to you at the next meeting. I feel like that's probably.
Can we
doable
get it done?
also. Yeah.
Okay,
All right, then I'll make a motion that we table this item until our next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
perfect. I have a second? Okay, perfect. Any further discussion?
I don't know if you still have it, but in Word, you can have the editor's draft. Can you submit that? You've done that in the past. It's the red line highlighted copy.
Yeah, I can do that. There was
It makes it a lot easier to read and understand what's
The
been
only-
added.
the one with this one is very tricky. There's going to be a lot of red because I moved a lot of sections around.
Oh, okay, it was located.
But the new one
Maybe,
from here on, it should be easy.
Correct. From
Yeah.
here, whatever
Okay,
changes we
Okay,
make,
that's
yes,
fine. Yeah, 'cause
yes.
if this is a complete rewrite, then I understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of formatting and just general
Yeah.
movement.
And we'll bring this
So-
and we'll bring this, the fee schedule too.
Correct. Yes.
We'll
There'll be
take care
two
of
separate
both of them
items,
at the
but
same
they'll be
time.
together. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll be good. Okay. There's no further discussion. All those in favor for us to table this until the next meeting? Any opposed? Okay, with that in mind, it is 8:08. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. I appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and back. Let's go ahead and show. It is 8:22 p.m. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and move on to item number I is consideration and possible action concerning the award of competitive seal bid number CSB number 2024-10-05 for the plugging of the City of Lido well number 3 to Underground Water Resources LLC in the amount not to exceed $140,544.
All
Zach.
right, so Mayor and Council, we went out for bid for the plugging of well 3, which is, if you recall, open violation that has been out there for a while and needed to get done. So TRC worked on the design of everything, and we sent out the bids. We received 3 submissions back on that bid. And after reviewing everything, they are recommending UWR, Underground Water Resources, for that. The base proposal amount is that $140,544. However, there is in the bids a second amount, which is the $121,544. That is, it could become that if Edwards Aquifer decides that the design associated with that particular amount would be appropriate for the well. So there's 2 ways to plug it. It's really Edwards' decision on what they will allow. We filed that application with Edwards already. We're just waiting for a response back. So we're recommending to go with the higher amount and know that it could drop and we could be, get a little bit of a break from the cost at the 120. As far as, obviously, as you know, we didn't know what the number would come back at, so this is a unbudgeted amount. However, we do have a couple options. Myself and our finance director looked at it. There are 2 particular options we could use. We have a jumbo CD that is making 3.05 interest, sitting at $144,711 right now. And then we have a water money market account. This isn't related to impact fees or anything. It's just a separate account that was open. Is only making 0.20 interest rate now, and but does sit at 191,000, so significantly higher. But there may be some things that we need to still take care of within our utilities. The sewer fund as well as the water fund. So that could also be an option. But wanted to provide that we do have money in the bank for that under those 2 potential options. So
We need to make that decision tonight. Which source you use.
I would like to know which one you would like to go with as a part of that. But either way, the cost would be covered under that. So, and along with awarding of the bid is the decision that needs to be done.
The recommendation on that is
My recommendation would be, because we're making so little on the water money market account, I know it's significantly higher at the 191 than we need, but we're making $30 a month, if that, on it, and it just makes more sense. We have some maintenance stuff that we probably can take care of, and that'll give us the flexibility to do that. So that would be my recommendation.
But Council, we do need to take action on this. This is something that has been an open item for the city for a very, very, very long time. Appreciate all your efforts for us to be able to do this. We've discussed this. This is something that needed to be done. This is an old well. It's been sitting there, not vacant, and we need to be able to take care of this and get it plugged in. So that will take care of that violation notice that we had.
So in the information you provided, you talked about the extra money that's left over.
Mhm.
How does this, or can this relate to the stormwater?
You mean as far as the extra that we would have after the fact?
Minus using it for whatever.
Yeah.
Purposes.
So my goal would be that this would be rolled into our utility fund, which is consisted of the water, sewer, and the stormwater. So it could be rolled theoretically. I don't see why it couldn't. It's in the same utility fund.
Because the stormwater utility fund, if it's adequate, could be used to fund this as well.
Yes, but we don't have any money in the
No, I,
stormwater.
that's
Yeah, we're just starting it. So
That was my question.
I don't think the stormwater could, because it's that would be more on the drainage side of, and this is the actual water well. So I don't think we could use the money from stormwater, but we could roll money into stormwater to then take the excess into that portion of the utility fund to then expend on projects in stormwater.
Yeah, and that was the other part of my question, if we rolled it into the stormwater utility fund, would you be able to pull it out?
No.
And we would have to.
No.
That is-
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, I can make a motion on this. I move that we accept the competitive sealed bid, CSB number 2024-10-05, for award to ACEE.
Nope.
Nope.
That's a different one. Underground water resources.
Oh, okay. To underground, for well, number 3, to Underground Water Resources LLC, an amount not to exceed $140,544. And also that we take the money for this out of the CD that is
The water money market account.
water money market account at the very low interest rate.
191. Yes.
I'll second that.
Got a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, all yeas. Thank you, council. We'll get moving on that too, so we can take care of that. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to J, consideration and possible action concerning award a competitive seal bid number CDV 23-0100 for the water system improvements to ACE Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $418,907.45.
All right, so Mayor and Council, this project is the CDBG project, which is for a 12-inch water line along Main Street 132 going out towards Coal Mine. So this was the CDBG project that's associated with that. WTC Engineers is the selected engineer for the project, and they have been completing all the bid documents for this one. They went out for bid. As the data sheet said, we did receive a total of 5 bids, and they are recommending ACE Construction, or ACEE, but it's ACE Construction as the low bidder, and all the references are in check for that. Now, I did indicate their full amount already budgeted. Most of that is true. There is a portion, it's 5%, that we will at some point have to build into our budget as the project goes, as a part of the costs that are not covered by the state funds that are associated with this project. But it's 5% of the total, cost of, and that includes engineering and all that. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
This is a separate section. This actually, if I'm not mistaken, this is a section that stops before the creek, and then it starts on the other side of the creek, and it goes out to Quartz Coal Mine, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So it's about at 2790, but on the opposite side of the south side of Main Street, right at 2790, and then heads up to the creek, terminates. We'll pick back up on the other side of the creek, all the way out to basically the first street that begins Coal Mine.
So going back to your comment, could that be the valve that cuts it off when they start working on it? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And our public works figured out which valve is which valve, so it's.
And the only reason it terminates at the creek is because the costs associated with that is astronomical. And so at some point that might be something we can entertain, but at this point, to get this project off the board. We wanted to at least get this portion done.
Yeah.
So
And it's being funded mostly by the grant. so-
correct. Yeah.
So it's a,
Yeah.
it's a
It's
grant
95
fund.
and 5, so I
So
think it's a
help
pretty
us
good
out.
deal.
So this 418,000, almost $419,000, this is just for engineering? It's for engineering?
That's for construction.
Construction.
That's just construction. We already issued agreements for WTC on the engineering half. They've designed it.
Mhm.
And then also GrantWorks is handling the grant for us. So they're the ones coordinating everything and getting all the paperwork in line and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So there is some additional cost, but we've been paying those out of the grant money that we've already been
So this
receiving.
419,000, that's grant money.
That's
It's not out of our.
most of it is grant money. Yes, yes, sir.
Well, I move that we do approve this bid. So bid number CDB 23-0100 for water system improvements to ACEE Construction LLC, an amount not to exceed $418,907.45.
Got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? No second. Second? Okay, thank you. For discussion, just so you know, and once again, it's very rough, but just for the council, since it was asked about the 5% calculated, it's approximately about $21,000. So it would be out of our pocket
Yeah.
compared to that amount being covered by the grant.
And I think when you include the other, it's like 25 is what it actually comes
Yeah.
out to be. So,
Just so you
When,
kind of.
when might you expect that? to go out?
well, we're starting to receive grant funding already. So my guess is that this next budget cycle is probably where I will go ahead and add that in so we can cover those costs. This this
cycle
next
is
budget.
this year.
correct? Yeah, yeah. Just so we'll have that built in so it doesn't surprise us. But they're already expending some of the funds to work on the paperwork. I mean, Mayor and I get emailed all the time when new funds are sent over, so.
Possibly use some of that excess money from this money market thing that's going into,
It could, yeah, you could potentially cover it with that.
just an idea.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, yes. Thank you. The only thing I just want to add on that one, I just want to say thanks to Matt. I appreciate your help. It's all good as he's walking out, with helping us with the foundation of this grant.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a while, so
Yes.
this is a good thing. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to K, discussion and possible action concerning requests from CPS Energy regarding taking ownership of 7 overhead streetlights located in Las Palomas subdivision. Zach?
All right, so Mayor and Council, I was contacted in the email you'll see there, but I had a phone conversation as well with our representative with CPS Energy on the government side. So the Las Palomas subdivision, which is outside of the city limits off of 3175, going south, but it is a portion of it is in our ETJ. CPS got, I guess, word from the HOA that is in that area that they are either not going to be paying or they're going defunct or something to that extent. So they are no longer going to be doing the street lights or paying for those. CPS practice is that they ask the municipality in the area, and because it's in our ETJ or a portion of it is, that's why the request is coming before us. So obviously we need to decide whether that's something that we want to take on. My recommendation would be not to take it on, as conversations in the past have really centered around us not really being involved with that subdivision and anything associated with it. Previously was communicated that the county's responsibility for that. And so if that's still the desire of this council, then that would be what my recommendation would be.
Yeah, how many people live out
I don't. Sorry.
there? 20, 50, how many mobile homes we talking about?
Yeah.
Well,
Can-
I've never been back in.
Did you mention the HOA?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
the
sorry.
HOA, I
I missed
believe,
it.
Melissa with CPS indicated that they're basically going defunct, that they're no longer going to be, over there. So that's why ultimately they
Just the
reached out.
HOA is what-
Correct.
But the
Correct.
HOA is the one that
So
was
CPS
responsible.
does not
Yeah.
wanna-
CPS would not normally. It's either up to the cities, or obviously the recommendation would be go seek it from the county. Atascosa County, if Atascosa County wants to pay for it. But if the answer is no, ultimately CPS is going to turn them off.
Who's that community's utility company?
It's CPS, but CPS is not going because just like our in our city, right? For subdivisions in the city, they're paying for a portion of it, and then eventually we take over the responsibility of those lights. So they built it in that the HOA was going to be paying for it, and that was their responsibility. But now that they're going defunct, CPS is like, you either pay for it or we're just going to turn them off.
So I don't think I'll comment on this, but it seems ludicrous that why in the world would the city want to spend our tax dollars for a community out of the city when, if we're gonna put streetlights, we ought to put them in our own city. It seems like to me, if we haven't even asked that question to us, if you haven't even seen it like that. That's just my two cents.
So to these 7 lights, how many of those are?
That's a good question, and I couldn't get that answer in the ETJ. I couldn't tell you.
I can tell you, don't quote me on this, but I'm just thinking of the ETJ, maybe one.
What would the bill look like for those lights?
I mean, I think she indicated in the email, energy usage, $10.25 each per month. But I can tell you that in talking with Lynette, that's not really what it looks like for our street lights. So, I mean, you guys see the bills, that come through. I mean, it's a couple $100 each month that we're paying on street lights sometimes. So I don't know, how accurate it really would be.
So is it okay if I go ahead and call for executive session on this one? Yeah. Okay. Let me just go ahead. Can we just roll it into the executive session if it's okay? Council, can I get a motion for us to go ahead and move that item into executive session?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, got one. Do I have a second? Got a second. Okay, thank you for that. And we'll just go ahead and move that item into executive session. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. And let me just make sure. Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and move on to item L, discussion and possible action concerning well number 2, city administrator.
Mayor and council, just wanted to give you an update that UWR, Underground Water Resources, who we've been handling the putting the pump back in out at well 2, has completed that project. We have started flushing it every so often. We have not done any testing yet on that, but we wanted to just do a few flushes before that happens. But being that we haven't, the last time I talked to you, they were still out there. Just wanted to give you an update that work has been completed, and we'll start probably testing by end of the month, if not 1st of February, and start getting some tests back, and fingers crossed that it looks good. I can tell you that the first run, Pete brought a nice little cup of water over to me of it, and it still had a little bit of a smell, but it looked a heck of a lot better than it ever has. So hopefully that's good things to come. So.
Yeah. And once again, this is for us to just have another well, a source, legitimate one, just as a backup. They'll continue to monitor it, sample it, and everything, just so we could go ahead and take care of that. Awesome.
No, just wanted to update y'all on that.
Oh, yeah, it was on action.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no action taken. We got a motion on the floor. Good catch. Do I have a second? Second. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? All yays, no action. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 9, department reports. We got animal care and control. Okay. We'll go ahead and jump right into it. Here we go. Uh-oh. Do I need to get some? I got some. I pull them out of there.
Let's see. Okay, it moved. It moved.
It's gone? Okay. All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Going over the stats for December. We had 13 calls, no traps. We had 1 animal euthanized, 5 returned, 5 intakes, 9 adoptions. So our animal count right now is 15 dogs and 5 cats.
Cool.
We had 1 that was transferred to Humane Society. Our Roxton volunteers, again, we had 11 volunteers for 107.5 hours. Bella's Pantry, again, this we had 84, again, and we had 8 that were new arrivals. Like I said, myself and Austin went to the
Training.
to training, Live Oak and everything, and we completed the course. So again, we're up and running. We're good now.
1-day course, 2-day
It was
course?
2-day course.
2-day course.
The euthanasia course was a 2-day course, and yeah, I say we're good and we're certified.
Awesome.
So, and then upcoming events are now Austin. He did attend the beginning of the year the ACO course and get news on that. He did.
It's all
pass.
certified.
He's certified.
When is his probation up?
We have
6 months?
6 months. So he's probably like maybe midway through.
Okay.
He's about midway through.
Yeah. So make sure you guys look in his pay, because I know it's based on promotion and certification.
Yes, sir. Dragonfly services again will be held this Saturday, and also again will be everyone will be off for the Martin Luther King holiday, and Bella's Pantry is scheduled again for the 25th. Any questions there, gentlemen?
No. Daniel, I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing out there. Looks great, feels great, and I mean, in a sense of just the facility itself, the Bella's Pantry has been really good. Thank you for helping out with all that. And those numbers, I mean, I think the last, what did we have? The person at 1 something in the morning?
157.
157. There's people
First.
parking out there, 1:57 in the morning, waiting for Bella's Pantry to open up at 7:30. No joke. They get out there. So there's some people in need out there, and we tried. I think this last time we ran out, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we ran out of food. Literally the last car, and we had maybe like a bag left. So everything, I mean, it literally does go, and it goes really good. So please thank all your folks for all their efforts and everything that they're doing. Appreciate it. Unless you guys have anything. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
All right, computer usage was low because it was kind of slow during the month of December. 61 adult and 70 on the kids. We had 1,431 checkouts, and we had 8 users and 19 loans on the new e-reader. People are starting to learn about it, and so we have more people coming in. They're like, I'm locked out of my account. Well, they were still using the old app, so now they're able to get into the new app. And then we had 9 new accounts, 30 account renewals, and April, May, 18 library cards. And it's story time on Wednesdays. We had 2 weeks off because of the holidays falling on the Wednesday. So the last one I think was on the 16th or the 17th of December. And so then we just did one on the 6th or the 7th. And we have crochet group this month, actually this Thursday. And had a meeting we had one last meeting for Atascosa County in December. We normally only go till November, but some of the libraries hadn't finished paying their bills, so we had to go one more month.
Hey, the library's getting bigger over in Charlotte.
Yes, it is. It was originally the library, and then we're still doing our reference section, and we had to redo the YA. It's actually supposed to be teen, so I don't know, something along the line, something happened, so we're relabeling just the teen section, and we don't have to reprint the barcode. It's just the spine label. So
that's the last thing.
Those are the last 2 sections, and will be
Awesome.
finished. Yes, so it's been taking.
Awesome.
Yes, and still offering curbside. We actually have a couple more people actually added to it. One lady, her child is ill and in the hospital a lot, so she's having to do the curbside. And this is the month of December, and those are mainly a lot of Christmas displays. What we had, We had a couple of events with the kids where we made some crafts and stuff like that, but I was in and out because I had been taking vacation, so it turned out really nice. That's it.
Awesome.
Any questions?
Could you do us a favor? Can you let the council know what's going on with the driveways, so in case they talk to any folks
Yes.
between now and Thursday?
Yes. Okay, so what happened was they tore up the driveway on the exit side of the library, and they told us they were going to do this last year. When they-
Yeah,
Yes, and then it didn't happen. And I'm like, okay. So then today, April said, the guy just came in and told us he's closing this side today. And I'm like, okay. Well, they didn't close it till about, I guess, 3 o'clock, and they started hammering around that time, digging it up. So they tore it all up. So they put barricades on that end. So then we had to put cones on the driveway so they wouldn't come around, because people will come around that. And so everybody was parking on that left side. So right now, they said it's going to be completed by Thursday. But
So
we don't know.
Yeah,
Yes,
we're working
but
on
I don't know
it.
why they tore it up to begin with, because to me, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it. And so I was like,
Yeah.
okay, I was like,
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll probably be tearing it up, and they might have a pickup where they come in and do all that. Can you take a photo tomorrow and get it to Richie and myself, and we can also help you get the word out, just to
Okay.
be a little bit patient, between now and
yeah,
Thursday?
because I know
Yeah.
the Somerset bus comes to leave the kids, and luckily it's not the big bus, it's the little van that they're bringing in.
Did you already talk to them?
No, I didn't get. He was in and out before I could even
Okay.
say anything. So
So we need to talk to Mr. Cross then.
yeah, well, actually, it's not. It's the ROTC and the.
But the bus is Lidl, right?
no.
No.
It's a Somerset bus.
Oh, it's Somerset.
Yeah, they bring the kids at lunchtime, and then they bring them in at 4:30. It's the other one is the Zekla Academy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So
Got it.
One quick question, the library card renewals, do they actually expire, or are these people?
they just need to update their account yearly, just to make sure that they have the same phone number, address, because some people will change their phone number or they move somewhere else, and so that's why we ask that
And
they.
that's normally what you ask, is somebody that has.
Yes.
to move on.
Yes, that's all. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Good.
Keep up the
All
good.
right. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. All right. All right, Pete. The big moment.
Come
And
on, Pete.
hey, you talk about folks being together. Look at this, and we got some folks here. You usually don't see that. We got everybody here. Yeah. Pete's good. Is that what it is? That's it.
That's why Juan.
That's what Juan came.
That's what he said.
You just told them and said we got free food and they're gonna show up. It's all good.
Well, I'll go through it, but I want to Pete up here for it as well, and just to obviously get a sense of how we do this as well. So obviously for the month we had total work orders of 63, water 47 of those. You can see again, lion's share of that right now, at least in December, was the rereads for the water meters. Obviously gas was not taken off there, but we'll make sure that that gets taken off next time on there. Let's see. Sewer, we had two main stoppages. I can tell you that these are primarily over in the mobile home park, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
We're probably getting called every single weekend for this one particular area. So I've asked the guys to have some conversations with management over there and try to help us attack this and make sure that we can try to nip it in the bud, because it's definitely been an issue. But it's the same. It's the rags. Every time they pull it out, it's the rags over there. But it's primarily the like I said, almost every weekend we're getting called on that one particular area. So
Yeah, and this is more on their end, right?
it's on their end, but it
Yeah,
affects
but they
our
affects
system.
us. Yeah.
Miscellaneous, again, we'll remove all the gas on there, but just some of the items that they had for the month of December there. Current leaks, and actually this is been slightly updated. I talked with Pete earlier. So the first two at 2790 and I-35 that are on there, those are actually been completed. And then also the 2790 and McCoy Lane, as well as Live Oak and Mason. So those four can come off of that list.
So are they on the map right there?
I think some of them might be.
I
We'll
know
have
you guys
to,
already, I could tell that you guys already moved some over
they
here.
did move some, yes.
So is any of these, your seats are still going on?
3, 6, 7, 8. There should be.
I think those two, the two on 2790 are the ones that have been done, correct?
No, those haven't.
Those
been
have
done.
not.
No, those are the double.
Oh, that's the double
That's
one.
double one. That
Yeah,
same
those-
address.
These over here too, and then, but we've come a long way.
Yes.
Definitely. We still have the ones on Wisdom Road, right?
Yes.
We still have those on there, and then the one over here on 2790.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we're good. And then if there's any of those that need to be added, just grab the stickies after the meeting or tomorrow, and then just go ahead and put them in.
Pete's been coming in and checking them off and pulling them and adding. So as they go through them, and again, I know our biggest problem right now, and they've been communicating is, really the locates. It's just really lagging behind from the other companies. Especially like fiber and things like
Yeah,
that.
fiber
We're
and
calling them
telephone.
in, and they're just taking forever to come out. So really puts a bind in us getting out there to be able to do the work.
Yep. Pete, you guys are still working on the one by the nursing home, right?
Yes.
Okay, so council, just to let you know, they're trying to figure out a way to be able to, with the valves and adjust so they can actually work on the T that is over there. If for some reason we can't figure out how to do that, or we might have to go ahead and go into an evening where we lower the pressure, just so they could have enough
Time we'll have everything ready.
to be able to do it and just go ahead and switch it. But we'll keep you informed on that. Right now, everything is okay, but we need to be able to take care of that one in particular before it does get big. We start having some issues on there, but he'll keep us informed. That goes along with that. Okay.
Just the list of the work orders there, just the line share of them, so you can see there. So the pumping numbers, so I know it says 0. Obviously, it wasn't 0. But we didn't have the pumping numbers by the time it came in. So the total pumped for the month was 80.45 acre feet, which then puts our total water pumped from January through December at 826.76 acre feet. So obviously a significant, high above the amount that were allowed after the reduction. Still no word on what that looks like for us, but just FYI that's where we're at. So
Yeah, so we need to go ahead, and that's the reason why for the next one, we need to go ahead and get that provision out there so we can go ahead and start enforcing, and we can tell some of the folks that are the high users to be able to whether get the water some other way or help us out with this.
And then obviously on that same slide, it's been on there for a little bit. I've been trying to get a hold of East Medina. They have not been very responsive, but we're trying to figure out where we're at on that interconnection. So I've had some email exchanges even as early as today on that. So hopefully we'll have some, maybe I can update y'all in my report next meeting. So on that. And then you can see there just the different stages and the how many days we've been in each of those. And so obviously this reflects the 0, but as indicated, it's obviously much higher. So and that is it.
On the customer rebates of these, you're going to pay the same customer or be all?
It can vary, like, it can vary, but
So
she
we
had a
can have
couple,
repeated customers.
we have a couple, there's always one that we
I believe in one of the meetings we discussed,
about a fee, about,
surcharge.
and Zach and I were just talking about that not too long ago. But that's something when he was rewriting the utility, looking at utility codes and stuff, that is something that is on current plate.
I didn't put it in there, but now that we mentioned it.
Yeah,
So
for a
as
while,
we're doing the rewrite, I
feel
will.
good with rebates, yeah, now all of a
Yeah.
sudden-
They are, and with the weather, we did have some line breaks, and the boys were very busy, but, we do have some people that always want their meter checked. So,
That's fine if you're willing to pay a fee. Because that does take time.
Pete, the one by the nursing home, how far is that area that you have to figure out? Like from where you're trying to figure it out wherever the break's at?
We're trying to turn it off by the Chevron. There's a couple of valves there. We tried.
And then there's some on Gray Street and on Martin Street.
But
And then there's one on Hester, you just try to isolate a little certain area.
There were a few that we turned, and I think it was on Gray, which actually affected Coal Mine and Bloom and Dawson. So, I mean, like areas that you wouldn't think would be affected. So we're really trying to figure out what's what, which is making it very difficult. So it could be a large area if we do find it, but obviously worst case scenario is we come in and we're off.
I thought it was a little smaller than that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, put a rod through it, try to figure out from one point to the other point, but I don't know if you can put one that long.
We'll get it. Yeah, we'll get it, and that's the whole thing. You gotta remember, some of these portions were, depending on when they laid the pipe down compared to others, and a lot of them have loops too. So you might close this one and be good, but it's coming on the back end on the other side.
I don't know that expressway down there.
Be able to do that. I know, because you're going to take off after this and we'll go into executive session, but I just want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you for everything that you guys are doing, and it's great that you guys are here. You guys were jobbing it in December and did a really good job all the way around. And it was not only doing the normal public work stuff, you guys were also helping Paola and the girls with the decorations. You guys were out there with a hayride, getting all the stuff. So, and you guys are in short staff. So without a doubt, we appreciate you guys juggling everything and just making sure that things are taken care of. Okay. So we really appreciate that.
The last thing I'll mention as far as the Public Works report, I know that y'all have been asking for some of the checklists, and so I've had some conversations with the guys. They have been unable to locate what was there previously, so we are kind of somewhat starting from scratch, but we'll make sure that on the next report we do have some of that. So I know that's been a concern of some of the council. So just wanted to make sure I iterate that, and we'll make sure to have them for you.
Thanks, council. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. We'll be ready for the next presentation. That'll be good. All right, Richie.
Monthly report indeed for December there. Let's see, kind of roll through here pretty quick. Calls for service 201, December slow, real nice, only 9 vehicle collisions, 4 alarms, 2 business, 2 residential. I mean, it was a really nice December. 152 business checks, 380 building checks, 271 citations, primarily speeding, with 58 of those, 47 driver's license related, and still 36 no insurance. Oh, motor vehicle registration 90. I'm sorry, I missed that one. So that would be the top one. That's interesting. But I will tell you, today I was driving around and we saw like 2 or 3 of them pass, and you can't really, it's not as easy to stop people as it used to be on Main Street. So
Those numbers were actually November?
Those should be December.
December,
I'm
December.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Does this not go back or am I, oh, there you go.
But they would have been expired in November, right? They expired in November?
No,
or they could be
oh,
older
no, the
than
vast
that?
majority of tickets we write are, some expire 6-8 months.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. You're not, we normally, we wouldn't write, Matt, help me if I'm losing track here. 30 days plus. So any tickets written in December would have expired minimally in October.
Got it.
So, but the vast majority were not expired in October. Austin can tell you about in court. I mean, they go back, some of them, year and a half. I mean, it's, yeah. So it's, yeah. So it's not, yeah. Sometimes people tell you, well, I've just been busy. And I'm like, wow, you must be real busy, And
Was it a New York car? I mean, could it be a 2000 something, or was it like a 19 something?
Yeah, they just don't. A lot of people see in a lot of large areas like San Antonio, you're not going to get, the cops aren't around writing tickets. I mean, they're too busy. Their calls are stacked. So you could drive up in San Antonio for years with expired registration. And then you move down here and, we're right on top of it, and that's what happened.
So while we're on the subject, in 2025, that's not going to be visible anymore. But is that part of your check?
It's still visible.
Oh, so no longer your registration sticker will physically.
I'm talking about the inspection.
Yes.
So this, physically for the officer, it's going to be the same. Of course, when we started, yes, when we started, there were 2 stickers, registration and inspection. And you'd write a lot of them, both of them. But now, then they combine it to 1 sticker. So now there'll be 1 sticker, just no inspection. Now, how that will play out in the safety of vehicles, it's probably going to affect us some, because before, people would be forced to get their horn to work or the headlights and whatever. And, but now we're not going to have that in Texas. So, we're probably going to be doing more tickets for equipment violations, I would think, than we did in the past, because we're going to be we're going to be it. If we don't enforce it, if nobody else enforces it, the inspection stations won't be there anymore. They're not doing that anymore. Racial profiling, we'll have our other report. I'll roll through that because there's nothing on there. Arrest, drugs, warrants. That's a pursuit deal, public intoxication, drugs, warrants, DWI, public intoxication, more warrants, DWI, more warrants, assaults, warrants, drug paraphernalia, public intoxication. So a lot of arrests, but nothing, nothing terrible on that one there. Matt, was our sexual assault arrest, that was in January though, right? Oh, okay, so we did have a big case of sexual assault for child case that Matt worked. It was 3 counts, and it was a huge case as far as the time and manpower went into it. Search warrants, phones, social media stuff. I couldn't even. It's hard for me to even quantify. If I tell you how many hours went into it, and it's really that's that one on 1223. The guy turned himself in, but anyway, terrible situation. But we got it taken care of. At least, well, we did our part of the system. That's all I can tell you. We can't fix those things. Only 1 burglary at Best Western. We had a seismic meter. I said that right? Taken from a work truck over there. Thefts. We had a utility trailer taken from Starcross Trail. It was recovered. Matt went up to San Antonio. He was real busy that week. Went to San Antonio, found it at a house, got it recovered. Not many property crimes in December. I attribute that to a lot. I don't know exactly why, but I can tell you this year we actually had 11 officers. We've never had that. We were full staff with 11. We were able to have a lot of patrol out. Even with people on vacation, out sick, people on light duty. So I think it really paid off, and I think that we're seeing a payoff in having these more officers out on the road. And, I think I think it showed in December. We're very fortunate. Hopefully January will continue. Found kids back. 6 officers, mental health peace officer course. They took that over at the Camino Real, paid for it, and they hosted it. It was at the community center. Annex, excellent class. Of course, it was a 3-day course now, right? 12-4, or 4. Anyway, 3-day course. Dates might be wrong on there. Then 12-4, 6, and 7. Anyway, wonderful class. That's what we deal with a lot of people with mental health issues. That's just a big part of our job now. So to get 6 people through that course was awesome, and not have to pay for it and not have to send them off anywhere and pay for food or hotels. But it's really a big win for us on bringing that here. Lockdown drills at the high school and the elementary and the primary, department head meetings. Of course, we had the hayride on the 14th. That worked out great. Filing cases with Atascosa County had 7 people, 6 people with 7 charges to the county attorney's office, 4 people, 4 charges, district attorney's office. None with Medina. Got some ready to file. Let me see, 11/28 through 12/25. We ended up with only 24 hours of overtime, which was wonderful because we had 178 hours of vacation taken, 23 hours of sick leave, and on top of that, about 30 or 40 hours of an officer who was an off-duty injury, who was doctor released him on light duty, so he worked in the office. So it worked out. We really did really well when you look at that over a 4-week period. I was afraid that month was going to get tough on us, but it came out great. Street Farms, that's a dispensary down at Brad Boyd's building. Of course, they finished up the IHOP inspection over there. U.S. Renal Care, they're required by state statute to have an annual fire inspection, and we did that one. Food trailer, a couple food trailers. I guess once we call them food truck, then we call them food trailer. I don't know. And Joker's Paradise, that is Matt and I were up there. That is a vape shop, I guess, up at Mr. Hack's building up here. Real nice. I mean, they did that's first class. I mean, everything was brand new. Display cases really nice in there. I mean, I don't smoke or anything, but anyway, it looked nice.
There's 2 smoker places there now?
So we have,
Yes, we have.
well, one's, yeah.
One next to Naomi's?
Places, and then we have a dispensary.
So that's the different one. There's 3. But dispensary is different because dispensary actually buys their marijuana type, what do you call it? Their THC from a place in California. And then they dispense it out and they have all the records of what content is and everything. It's all, I don't know what it all is, but you know, whatever.
That's all we're seeing out there now, is the alleged legal side of it.
Smells like weed, looks like weed, you know. But I guess we collect sales tax on it. I don't know. That might be about the best way to put it. I don't know. But it's legal, and we talk to the attorneys. That's just everything's. It's on the up and up at this point.
Legislature, I think, is taking the.
They're hoping, you know.
intent what they want.
So anyway, that's it. What else is new? Sergeant Hanson did retire. 20 years. He actually left a week before. I think he left a week before because he didn't want any kind of party or anything. You know, I mean, he kind of was like real. He was really like, I don't want any. I did get him a plaque. We took the pictures with his phone, and surprisingly, then I realized the dude never sent me the pictures. So he eventually, I sweet talked him into sending me a picture. So I did get that at least. Over here, over 20 years, he was still active during the military. He came on here as a reserve. I think he worked about 6 or 7 months while he was finishing his retirement. A full-time position opened up. So he was with us a little over 20 years altogether. Hardworking guy, great guy. Said he really loved it here. He said he really thought when he got in law enforcement, he would look back and it would be hard to top the way he felt after his military career. But he said, I feel like I made a bigger difference here because just the every day was a direct contact. So it was kind of neat, you know, listen to him and, kind of been a kind of good guy you'd want on a recruiting video or something. So on the recruiting side, we have the 2 openings, a grant funded position and the position that Sergeant Hanson vacated with his retirement. We advertised. We got 3 applicants. Surprisingly, we have 3 good applicants, and we're going to send a couple of them to polygraph right now within the next week or 2. Wonderful, of course. Totally different when you're hiring these applicants. They investigate the city. They research. They tell things in the interview like, well, I noticed that there's nothing you can't find. Y'all city council's not in big turmoil. Y'all are not on the news for bad things. You're on there for good things. And they look at our equipment. They looked at the cars. They want to. Road. He wanted to see. They want to. I mean, it's really interesting. But what it comes down to is, luckily, it starts obviously. I mean, I like to say I play a big picture part in it, but I'm part of the wheel, one of the wheels. But the reality is, it starts with y'all because we have to have the funding. We have to have these. We have to have good, decent pay. We have to have decent benefits. We have to have good equipment, and we have to have support of the community. So it starts with y'all, and then it comes down to, obviously, if y'all were great and then Zach was terrible, it wouldn't be great. So we have to work as a team to where we can get. So they see that the people see it's a positive environment here. We have a positive environment and a good community, and this is a place. And I told them this is a place where people will appreciate you, and you're going to have fun, and you're going to do a job that makes a big difference. So we're reaping the benefits, of being, and they like seeing the growth because they know that means there's room further down the road for promotion. They want to know how many of us are eligible to retire. They want to know this and that. I mean, these people are real. They do the research, and it's great. And we're just excited to keep moving in this direction. And we'll work with Zach to get them in there where they're, fit in the grant funded stages and all that. So the money works out, which is going to be, as of right now, it looks like it'll be great. Anyway, that's about it. Any questions? I rambled on a bit, but it's been a slow night up here. A lot of boring stuff, so I didn't know.
So we definitely appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Richie, we still want to talk about at a later point. Let's go ahead and talk about retirements. Okay.
You mean who? You mean mine, or was this
No.
like something you're
talking about?
We
need to talk about retirements and procedures for our employees. I think it's significant when we have somebody, so we definitely we need to get together and get that taken care of.
Well, I mean, I'm willing to do whatever y'all want to
So
do, but the
we
truth
need to make
is,
sure
I
because
I
that's
can't
an officer
force
of
a-
20 years, and we need to make sure that we actually. And remember, this is a commitment that is not only about the officer; it's also about the family.
Sure.
And
I agree.
There's a huge commitment that goes along with that. So we need to be able to do that.
Well, I mean, I do what I can, but like I say, I don't know I mean, Zach and I talked about Gordon Lever. Gordon's been planning to leave for like 5 years. He having those countdown watches in his office, you know.
We'll talk later.
So, but
Okay.
yeah, but again, I respect officers. I have to respect an officer's wishes, no matter
And-
what.
And you have to respect also the city of Lidle and what we represent.
Well,
so,
I mean, I'm.
so we'll talk later, but I just
Well,
want to make
just
sure.
talk-
that
if you have
we
an issue,
understand.
just talk to Zach, and if he directs me how to tell people to retire, I will. But
So
I can't hold a gun to someone, sir. I'm not sure what you're implying here.
I'm not saying about anything
Okay.
like that, but we need to talk about that because we need to make sure that we take care of our officers. So with that in mind, I just want to go ahead and say thank you to the police department. I do want to provide some kudos with all the things that you guys have actually done with the hayride, with taking care of a few things of ourselves. I will tell you that here recently I got pulled aside, and there's a retired state agent that is in this area, and he was overhearing some conversations. I guess he monitors the conversations. And he basically came back and said, out of all the cities around here, the most professional police officers in the sense of response time and taking care of stuff and everything actually comes out of Lidle PD. So that made significant. I asked him if I could mention his name and talk about him, but he said, you know, it's very important that you guys just understand that there's other people watching. There's a lot of people that are retired, and there's other police officers that are actually do that. So I just want to go ahead and say, you know, kudos in front of the council in the sense of our police officers and what they're actually doing to do that. So we really appreciate it. Did you guys catch the news story? They did one on Richie with a drone too. Yeah. So that came out on the news. So that worked out really good too. Got us some positive coverage that went along with that. So kudos on that of being able to do that. But we appreciate you guys. I didn't want to miss out the opportunity in case we go executive session and we actually miss on that. Okay. All right. With that in mind, well, actually, anything else? No, with our department heads? Let's go ahead and move on to item number 10, and we're going to go into executive session. This is City Council, City of Lidle may convene in executive session in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney, Section 551.074, personal matters to discuss and consider the following items. I do want to mention on here that we are going to go ahead and talk about item K. This is with the possible action request of CPS Energy regarding taking ownership of the 7 overhead streetlights located in Las Palomas subdivision. And then we'll go into A, the employment and evaluation assignment duties, discipline and dismissal of the public officer or employee, public works director, the employment evaluation and reassignment duties, discipline or dismissal of a public officer or employee, public parks maintenance, and C, discussion and concerning the City of Lidle Municipal Court Associate Judge monthly pay and responsibilities. And lastly, discussion and concerning pending litigation and civil citation filed with Atascosa County District Clerk. Okay. With that in mind, if you can actually show us, Paola, it's actually going in at 9:15. Okay. we're good? Okay, Paula, if you can actually show us back from session. It is 10:27. Coming back, no action taken. And then we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 11. And this is a discussion and possible action regarding matters discussed in executive session. Okay. Go ahead and take care.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion concerning item J. I move that we deny the request from CPS Energy regarding taking ownership of 7 overhead streetlights located in the Las Palomas subdivision.
Okay, got a motion on the floor for us to go ahead and deny. Actually, let's go ahead and correct your motion. It's going to be in the open item. You said K? Did you say K?
I say K.
Okay, thank you. I'm starting to lose. Okay, I just want to make sure it's okay. So got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all yeas. Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Pete Gallegos as interim public works director.
Okay, got a motion on the floor for us to go ahead and
That's
appoint.
it.
You want to do it, Richard? You want to do the second? Okay, Richard got the second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Pete, congratulations on behalf of the council, okay? We'll be in talk. It'll be good. It'll be good, but congrats. Okay, next.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to direct the city administrator to revise job duties of Fox Newman's position as discussed in the executive session.
Got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I second that one.
Okay, got a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And the last.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to direct the city administrator to negotiate Long's contract with current associate municipal court judge.
Okay. A motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Got a second. Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Council, I appreciate the time. Take care of this stuff. And Austin, thank you for your guidance and everything. Don't worry, Austin. Yours is at a different level, so you need to talk to the city administrator, okay? You're all good. You're all good. You're all good. Don't worry, buddy. There you go. That's it. So make sure. Make sure. So it's all good. Okay. I wanted to put some kudos also for the city staff for all the assistance with the hayride setup and the operations, taking care of folks all the way around. We were pretty busy in December, and with managing schedules, that worked out really good. So thank you for doing that. Once again, thanks to Public Works. Appreciate all your hard work and your commitment and making sure you guys continue to do that and continue to bond and do the things that you're doing together. Okay, that's awesome. Want to publicly say congratulations to IHOP for opening up. It's a big thing for our community. There's a lot of discussion. I even heard it from San Antonio. Last count, I was looking at the views on the IHOP when we posted the opening. We have about 77,000 views, and our population is only 3. So you know that the outreach is way out there. So that's pretty cool things that we're doing. Okay, wanted to get the heads up and wanted to make sure everybody's, because I just heard it from the railroad, and I want to make sure that we have an idea what's happening. So at the end of this month, it could be as early as end of this month, beginning of next month, the railroad folks, UP, is going to be working on all of our crossings across the city. Okay, I've asked them, if possible, they still haven't come back. I asked them if possible if they could take care of Coal Mine, 2790, and Prairie over a weekend. Okay, but 2 of those will need to be closed all day. One of them maybe 3 to 4 hours. The other crossings, during the week, and they'll be like 3 to 4 hours also. So there's going to be some logistical managing, but it's going to affect our community. Hopefully they can do it over the weekend, just manage some of them, but it's going to be an inconvenience. So folks are going to need to be prepared. Coal mine is going to be the biggest heartache because they'll have an emergency plate, but once they get started and they tear it up, only in case of emergency, they put the plate over and then let people get out. So we're going to have to coordinate with them to, hey, hunker down, stay home, and let the UP go ahead and do the stuff that they need to do so we don't hold them back. The biggest challenge that they have, and the reason that it's taking time, and some might take a little bit more, is because they want to do them all with asphalt. And as our public works knows, during this time of the year, it's not the ideal temperature sometimes to be able to put the asphalt down. But they said they're going to manage and they're going to figure it out. So we have to work with them. So as soon as we hear something, we'll send it out to everybody, but we'll need to send it out through Richie, the public notice, everything, just to make sure. But there's going to be an inconvenience there probably for a few days while they work on our crossings. Once they get done with that, they're done. They're done. So it should be a pretty good deal. And they already did, if you didn't notice, they already replaced the railroad ties already. It's basically just the crossings that they need to take care of. Want to make sure we have three of our aldermen that are coming up for election. The window opens up, Paula, the 15th. So the 15th, if you're going to put in, please put in. If you're not going to put in, please let leadership know. Let Paola, let Zach know so they have an idea of for us to be prepared. Because there's the other back portion of it is the elections. Paula, you already reached out to Atascosa and all that. So there's going to be the portion of it of signing a contract, being on standby, and then depending if you have any people that run or run opposed, then we're going to have to do an election. It goes along with that. So please keep our folks, get our city secretary and city administrator involved, and let them know if you're thinking, not thinking, and you'll have the packages ready for pickup, right? Okay, so you can pick them up, sign them up, and you can go ahead and send them, and then she'll tell you the deadline to go ahead and do that. The other thing is we're getting ready with our stormwater utility. That's when are we starting on that? Okay. So be prepared. People are going to ask questions. So if you have questions about that, get with Zach, get smart, so you can kind of walk through folks. I think the residents, you'll see $7. Resident commercial will be on based on how much. So I think commercial, we probably will have some folks showing up in front of the podium for public hearing or public comments next time. So be prepared. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of reality that goes along with that, but we need it. We have to do it. That's the only way we're going to get our plan. Costs $500,000. Yeah. So we need to be able to get that, so then we can be able to have the opportunity to apply for grants. We got to have that plan. Without the plan, we can't do it. We've talked to them about the heads up on that one, along with a few other fees too. Oh yeah. There's a few of them that are big. Heads up, we got Music Fest right around the corner. It's right around the corner, the 22nd and the 23rd of March, so be prepared for that. Congrats to our FFA in Jordanton. Some of the kids did really good, but the participation and everything, and especially with the weather condition, and it seems like every time they have some sort of event, competition, the weather changes on them, and I just feel bad for the kids out there. Try to do that, but did good. Our boys basketball team is doing very well. Right now they're sitting in district. They're in the top of the district, and they just need to do one more round and beat Crystal City to make sure that they keep the lead. They already beat them once, but just to seal the deal, it needs to happen one more time. This last week they beat Jordanton by 36 points. That was pretty good. So the boys are doing really good. Everybody's doing really good, and there's other activities and things that are going. And the folks with the band, they
went to competition down there in Corpus Christi this last weekend. Nobody is advancing to state, but we did well.
Did well.
Got some good placings.
So that was good for us. We're doing good all the way around. Birthdays, we had John and PD that celebrated a birthday. And then today we had Virginia here in City Hall. So minimal birthdays in January. So is there any last minute things we want to convey?
That's also the third Monday of the month for lemon pickup. Will that move back to Tuesday starting? We're picking up limbs and branches.
I will confirm that I have to make sure that.
Can I add on that one? So normally, even though we say it's Monday, I've noticed that they usually come later on the week.
I know last month, I think Wednesday morning is when they hit my street, but you get around town now, we have lots of.
Yeah, there's
stacks
a lot.
of stuff out there.
Well, we give them 10 days, right? By what we mentioned before, we give them 10 days. So this past week, they were allowed to start putting it out.
Yeah.
So,
I'll confirm, but it's probably.
yeah.
I can confirm, we'll make sure to send something.
I was just curious about it, what it is, the third Monday.
Yeah, if we need to put something out, good point. If we need to put something out, let us know. But yeah, usually they have the whole week to come over. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Monday is still going to be pretty cold. Whew. It's going to change on us.
Wednesday is Wednesday.
Yeah. Oy. So you got to be prepared. Anything else? Austin, thank you for taking care of us. We really appreciate you. Don't tell Molly that. But we really, really appreciate you spending time with us. And council, thank you. I know it's late, but we took care of a lot of stuff. We're back on track so we can get into a normal routine after the holidays. So with that in mind, it is 10:39 right now.
Move that we adjourn this meeting.
Got a motion? Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Have a great evening.
And the opposed will be.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.